Ola Ijimakin, Commercial Director, FIDSON Healthcare Plc, Chief Host Pharmacist Ochiko Omarai, PWDAN President and CEO, New Heights Pharmaceuticals. Date Thursday 29, 2025. Venue Radisson Blue Hotel, Ikeja, Lagos. Time 9 a.m. This event will be broadcast live on the PharmaStream TV YouTube channel for all virtual attendees. Subscribe today to receive a notification when the event goes live. Announcer Pharmacist Afon Adebayo Oyemi, MD, Safco Mega Solutions, PWDAN CPC. Pharmaceutical Wholesalers and Distributors Association of Nigeria, PWDAN, presents the Annual Conference and Exhibition 2025. Theme: Bridging Gaps, Integrating Pharma Wholesalers and Distributors for Medicine Security in Nigeria, under the chairmanship of Dr. Fidelis Ayebae, CEO, FPSN Healthcare Plc. Special guests of honor: Pharmacist Tanko, Ayuba, Ibrahim, FPSN, MIAD, MBA, President, Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. Special guests of honor: Pharmacist Ibrahim, Babashehu, Ahmed, Registrar, Pharmacy Council of Nigeria, PCN. Keynote Speaker, Dr. Omokhudu Idogho, MD, Society for Family Health. Plenary session panelists: Mr. Femi Soremekun, MD, Biofem Group Ltd, Pharmacist Nwamaka, Ezedinma, MD, Primavie Pharmacy Ltd, Pharmacist Chidi, Dozie, MD, Dozie and Dozie's Pharmaceutical Nigeria Ltd, Mr. Ola Ijimakin, Commercial Director, FIDSON Healthcare Plc, Chief Host Pharmacist Ochiko Omarai, PWDAN President and CEO, New Heights Pharmaceuticals. Date Thursday 29, 2025. Venue Radisson Blue Hotel, Ikeja, Lagos. Time 9 a.m. This event will be broadcast live on the PharmaStream TV YouTube channel for all virtual attendees. Subscribe today to receive a notification when the event goes live. Announcer Pharmacist Afon Adebayo Oyemi, MD, Safco Mega Solutions, PWDAN CPC.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're starting now. Thank you for bearing with us. We are some minutes behind schedule, but we are starting now. So permit me to welcome everybody. Please let me look to your right and to your left. Just help me welcome that special guest seated beside you. Extend a hand of love, a hand of fellowship. And don't just welcome the person. Please ensure you beam smiles and ensure that the person is happy to be seated beside you. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to welcome us to the PWDAN Annual Conference and Exhibition 2025. This year is a fantastic year for us, and that is why we are taking it. We are raising the bar to the next level. We are honored to have in our midst the number one pharmacist in Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause for pharmacist Ayuba Tanko Ibrahim. He joined us. Thank you very much. You're welcome, sir. That's the PSN president. Thank you for joining us. We appreciate your presence. We are honored also to have in our midst the chairman of today's event, is the CEO of FIDSON Healthcare Plc. Please a round of applause for Dr. Fidelis Ayebae. Please a round of applause for him. He's been around since, always on time, and is always available to give his support at every point in time. We appreciate you. Thank you very much for coming. Also, ladies and gentlemen, later in the program, we're going to be having a keynote speaker speak to us. Is the Managing Director of Society for Family Health, Pharmacist Omokhudu Idogho. Please a round of applause for him. Also, we understand that the representative of the DG of NAFDAC is available with us. So, ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Pharmacist Regina Gaba. Please a round of applause for him. She's representing Professor Moji Sola, the DG of NAFDAC. Also, later in the course of the event, as soon as I confirm that he's around, I'll definitely want to recognize him. He's one of our special guests of honor, the PCN Registrar, Pharmacist Ibrahim Babashehu Ahmed. As soon as he's around, I'll let us know. Ladies and gentlemen, one of our special guests also is the SCPN National Chairman, Pharmacist Ambro Eze. Please a round of applause for him. Thank you very much for joining us. The host of this event, that's the president of PWDAN. Please a round of applause for Pharmacist Omara Yochuko. Please a round of applause for him for this fantastic work he has done. And please, one more time, please help me appreciate all PWDAN members are available. Please a round of applause for PWDAN members for putting up a fantastic conference. Please, I want us to celebrate them very well. They've been consistent, and 2025 is bigger and better. In case you don't know, this conference started 3 days ago. This happens to be like the grand finale of all. So they've been meeting. They've gone for a facility tour yesterday. They've had their AGM, and they keep doing more to ensure that this year we're talking about bridging the gap. There's a lot of gaps that we are seeing around us. Just recently, WHO released a document saying that about 20 million Nigerians have a mental illness, or about 20% of the population is dealing with mental illness. That tells you that the gap is widening. And the question is, what are we doing to bridge the gap? And we're glad that PWDAN has taken up this challenge to ensure that in their own capacity, all gaps must definitely be bridged. So, ladies and gentlemen, so officially, I would like to welcome us again to this conference. It's an opportunity for us to network. It's an opportunity for us to learn new skills or new ideas, to bat new ideas, and see what you and I can do differently to ensure that Nigerians are safer and better by the special grace of God. My name is Pharmacist Ayebae. It's a privilege to be standing in front of you as the anchor person for this event. So, ladies and gentlemen, without wasting our time, please, I would like us to please rise for the national anthem.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace all battle honored, and this we count as gain. To hand unto our children a banner without stain. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build our nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty Nigeria may be blessed.
God bless Nigeria. Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for Nigeria. Come on, let's celebrate our country. We are getting there by the special grace of God. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, permit me to quickly recognize in our midst the President of Healthcare Federation of Nigeria. She's also the Country Director of Pharmasex. Please, a round of applause for Mrs. Njide Indili. Please, a round of applause for her. She joined us before we started. Please, I would like you to wave. I know she's around. Okay, she's at back. Thank you for joining us. Oh, she's at front. Oh. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we also have we also have someone representing a representative from Cameroon. I'm sure this English, I don't know how to translate it in French for her to understand, but I know she understands. Please, a round of applause for Dr. Yolanda Jomo. She's the CEO of Pharma, representing the African Pharmaceutical Distribution Association all the way from Cameroon. Please, a round of applause for her. Bonjour. Bonjour. Très bien, merci. Yeah. Bienvenue. Bienvenue. All that we have said is welcome. Sincerely, they taught us French in school. We never took it serious. But now we know that we should have taken it more serious. But thank you for joining us. Don't worry, when she comes, she's going to speak French. I don't know how you... Just put on your Google translation so that it can help you to understand what she's saying. But don't worry, our slide has been, transcribed into English so that we can understand when she's speaking with us. Thank you very much for joining us. We celebrate you. And to all non-pharmacists that are guests, we are powerfully welcome. And we have some of our guests that joined us online. Please, a round of applause for our online audience. There are people watching us from all over the world. They are part of this conference equally. So, ladies and gentlemen, to set the ball rolling, without wasting our time, we still have a lot to do today. We have a panel session, and we have fantastic panelists that are coming forward to speak about how to bridge this gap that is widening daily. And I'm sure it's something that everybody should look up to. But without wasting our time, please permit me to invite the chairman of the planning committee for this year's conference, Pharmacist Afon Adebayo, as he comes forward to give his welcome remarks. Please, a round of applause for Pharmacist Adebayo.
Distinguished Chairman, Dr. Fidelis Ayebae, the founder and CEO of FPSN Healthcare Plc, President of Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, Pharmacist Tanko Ayuba Ibrahim, Registrar of the Pharmaceutical Council of Nigeria, Pharmacist Ibrahim Babashehu Ahmed, Director General of NAFDAC, Professor Mojisola Adeyeye, Chairman of ACPN, Fellows of PSN, Captains of Industry, esteemed guests, colleagues, members of PWDAN, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great honor to welcome you all to the 5th conference and exhibition of the Pharmaceutical Wholesalers and Distributors Association of Nigeria, PWDAN. This year's theme, Bridging Gaps, Integrating Pharma Wholesalers and Distributors for Medicine Security in Nigeria. This topic highlights our shared commitment to ensuring every Nigerian has access to safe, quality medicines, now more than ever before. Collaboration and accountability are essential in our supply chain. We are privileged to have with us our conference chairman, Dr. Fidelis Ayebae, as well as our special guest of honor, Pharmacist Tanko Ayuba Ibrahim and Pharmacist Ibrahim Babashehu Ahmed. Your presence inspires us and underscores the importance of this gathering. Our 3-day event has already been a success. From the lively welcome dinner to yesterday's capacity building training by PCN, we had our annual general meeting yesterday night, and we had an enlightening tour to FPSN factory yesterday. So today, we cap it with our flagship conference and exhibition, a grand finale to an ever-growing event. So a special thank you to our sponsors, partners, the PWDAN Board of Trustees, executives, the members, and my tireless planning committee colleagues. Your dedication has made this event possible. As we begin today's sessions, I encourage everyone to engage fully, visit the exhibition stands, and connect with one another. After all, the next big idea could be sparked over a cup of coffee. Once again, welcome to the PWDAN Annual Conference and Exhibition 2025. Let's make it our best conference yet and move our industry and our nation towards greater medicine security. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's good to hear from the chief planner for this year's conference, and he has assured us that we should look forward to a fantastic event. All right, so up next, I would like to bring forward the chairman of PWDAN. He is someone that is consistently passionate about doing things right, and he has told me that, please, I want you to ensure that everybody is well entertained, everybody is well carried along, and I'm sure he may not be able to say everything all, but just know that he wants you to have the best conference ever that PWDAN has put up together. Please, without wasting our time, please, a round of applause as I bring forward the president of PWDAN Pharmacies, Ochuko Omoraye.
Okay. Thank you, Ayo. I want to welcome everybody once again. Without trying to repeat what the chairman of the planning committee has done, I really want to appreciate the conference planning committee for a great work done. It's been a tireless and a sleepless 1 month putting this conference together. And I want to appreciate them especially before I go ahead in further recognizing a few people that has already been recognized, but I will just mention again a bit of acknowledgement of their presence. Especially, I want to start with the PSN president. We have been working with him since before the inauguration of this regime that he represents. I remember when we informed him that we needed to see the DG and he was going to see the DG that fateful February 7th. And without blinking his eyes, he said, join me. Let's go and see the DG together, the DG of NAFDAC. And we went and we had probably one of the best meetings we've ever had in a long while with the regulators. President, I want to appreciate you and to say thank you for making the time to come this morning to join us in what I believe you understand what we are trying to achieve. He has told me, and he has told members of PWDAN, that he is our number one servant. That anything we want him to do, he's ready to do. And he has proven it time and time again. I just want to appreciate him one more time. Thank you, President. I also want to thank the chairman of this occasion for today, in the person of Dr. Fidelis Ayebae. I visited him with my team in December, and he gave us a simple word. Don't worry, I will work with you guys. I understand what you want to do. And FIDSON and myself is in support of it. And he has lived up to that promise. I want us to appreciate him especially again this morning. I also want us to appreciate a very special guest and a friend that is evolving. It's been evolving over the last couple of months. And I'm talking of no other about the president of the HFN. I call her Madam President. And each time I call her Madam President, she will say I should monetize it and put it in dollars. But when I shared the plans, the thoughts, the ideas of PWDAN, she said she wants to be a part of what PWDAN is trying to do. And she did not only give us a promise. She came back from Abuja yesterday and called me and said, is this conference taking place in Abuja? I'm sure if I had said yes, she would have bought a ticket to go back to Abuja. But we were both relieved when I said it is taking place in Lagos. She said, thank God. Okay, I'm going to be. And true to her word, she said, I want us to just appreciate her one more time. And I want us to also appreciate the representative of the DG. The DG has always given her word to support us. For some powerful reasons, and they call it we've been using it to tease ourselves, the Geneva reason. She is not able to come physically, but she has sent a very, somebody who has partnered and championed what we are trying to do, somebody who has spent time to train members of PWDAN over the last couple of, she was in our training last year, where she took us on the subject of how to make our practice even better. And I'm talking of no other than Dr. Regina Gaba. Thank you for the representation, representing the DG on, in this particular program. And I just want to appreciate everyone. The list is endless here. The registrar is not here. I'm sure when he comes, we'll recognize him. The keynote speaker, in the person of Dr. Omokhudu, he too was carried away by this Geneva thing that we are talking about. This Geneva thing is very powerful. They need to tell us exactly what is happening in Geneva. Maybe Ikeja is not strong enough to pull them. We have to put Ikeja and Geneva on the scale and see where Ikeja is, you know. But even though he couldn't come, he has sent somebody that is a friend and a passionate pharmacist that believes in what we are doing to come and deliver his keynote in the person of help me. Dennis. In the person of Dennis, pharmacist Dennis, to come and give the keynote address on his behalf. Dennis, thank you. I appreciate you. He called me this morning and said he's around and he's going to be here in no time, and he turned up as expected. Thank you very much, Dennis. I appreciate you. I want to thank everybody, including our representative of PWDAN, of ABDA, all the way from Cameroon. She didn't come alone. She came in March, and she saw what PWDAN was doing, and then she invited her husband, all the way from Cameroon, to join us in our annual conference. I want us to appreciate them especially. Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Jomo. We appreciate the time you have spent in Nigeria. I hope that we'll be able to give you a Nigerian name before you leave this time around. You cannot just come twice in 1 year and just go answering just Jomo. Please look at her and tell me which name fits her so that we can give her a name before she... Jumoke. Aha! I like that. So I want to thank everybody. I want to appreciate everyone. I may not be able to call everybody at this point in time, but I want to especially thank PWDAN members for their commitment, for their consistency, for their doggedness. I was telling them, I said, we are embarking on a journey to try and change, to try and find solution to a problem that has existed for over 40 years. It's not going to happen in one day, but we are in the right course. So all members of PWDAN, 3 boza for all of you. Boza, una too correct. Thank you for your support and for the encouragement. Okay, so I'll just go straight to my speech. I will just read through it, and then I hope that we get the gist, and then we can continue this engagement. So distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, industry leaders, partners, and friends, it is with immense pleasure and a deep sense of responsibility that I welcome you all to the 2025 Annual Conference and Exhibition of the Pharmaceutical Wholesalers and Distributors Association of Nigeria, PWDAN. Some of us call it PWDAN, some of us call it PWDAN, some of us call it PWDAN, but we remain PWDAN. This year's theme, Bridging Gaps, Integrating Pharma Wholesalers and Distributors for Medicine Security, could not be more timely or more urgent. This message is actually in the bulletin that you are holding. So we gather here today not just to reflect, but to act. Like I said, we've been in this business of trying to solve a problem for over 40 years. We have been reflecting, we have been discussing, we have been talking. There's nothing we've not said. But I think it is time to act. The recent closure of some of the open drug markets in Nigeria created a lot of problems in the pharmaceutical industry. It disrupted supply chains and exposed the fragility of our current distribution system. But like I always say, in every challenge lies an opportunity, and this is our moment to rise up and take responsibility even more for this fragile supply chain and find ways to strengthen it, which is the essence of this gathering that we have here today. Today more than ever, we must embrace that. For years, PWDAN has championed the cause of a structured, transparent, and secured pharmaceutical supply chain. The representative of the DG is here. When they started this issue of track and trace, we were one of those people that said, yes, we want this. We are going to work with the regulators to see that this comes to pass. Now, that we want it doesn't mean we have all it takes to bring it to pass. But at least we are committed to saying we want some form of transparency in the supply chain. And so we have consistently advocated for the full implementation of the National Drug Distribution Guidelines introduced by the government in 2012. These guidelines were not just policies. They were a blueprint for medicine security, for public health, and for national resilience. It's been one of our major language. NDDG implements. A lot of industry players don't necessarily want it implemented, but the truth of the matter is that if we don't implement it, we'll keep going around in circle. And I think that the conversation should be, how do we make sure that this document is actually implemented for the benefit of this country? And that is what the focus should always be at any point in time. So today, more than ever, we must embrace the blueprint, and there is no better time to do that than now. No better platform than this PWDAN platform, PWDAN conference. And there's no better organization to join forces with the regulators and other industry stakeholders to lead the charge of implementing the NDDG. I had the privilege of speaking in a few national television platforms in the course of this year, and that was my message. If we had the privilege of visiting FIDSON Healthcare Plc manufacturing plant yesterday, fantastic. beautiful facility. And let us give this man a round of applause here, please. The average Nigerian who becomes a billionaire carries the money and go and invest it in Swiss accounts. And then we can't account for it. I don't want to go into politics as much as is possible. But this is one Nigerian that has said, no, this money must stay here. We must invest it. And is employing over 1,000 Nigerians. That speaks volume. I was pleasantly surprised when I saw it. I mean, my wife had the privilege of visiting some years back, but when she was telling me, you know, when they tell you something, you just... But I saw for myself, and I saw the commitment. Now, imagine a facility like that. Go through all the trouble of producing world-class products. And then, because of our compromised supply chain, that medicine ends up in the hands of the end user, and it is not what they produced. Can you see the danger of what we are saying? So it's not enough for us to have fantastic manufacturing facilities. It's not enough for us to have the best doctors in the land, for our doctors colleagues that are present here. It's not enough because they can write the best prescription. It's not enough for our pharmacist colleague, clinical pharmacists, do all the side effects, all the counseling and all the things that goes with it. It's not enough. If at the end of the day, the medicine that you are going to hand over to the patient is the wrong medicine, even though it is packaged like the real thing. And for us, that is actually what drives us. For PWDAN, that is what drives PWDAN. How can we make sure that when it leaves FIDSON, I'm using it as an hypothetical case, it goes through PWDAN, gets to the pharmacy, and when your brother, your sister, your uncle, your auntie collects that medicine, it is actually what FIDSON produced. That is the essence of the summary of everything that we are doing here. Any other thing is just packaging. That is the summary of what we are doing here. So I want to commend FIDSON once again for the work that is done. Yeah. So we are not just stakeholders. We are the backbone of the pharmaceutical supply chain. We are the ones who have invested in doing things the right way. The registrar is not here, but at least the representative of the DG is here, and they know that PWDAN is that group that is investing in trying to do the right. Are we perfect? Are we when they go for post surveillance, are we perfect? No. But are we making effort? Yes. And the DG is not here, but you know what she said? She said when we had a meeting with her last year, she said she looked at PWDAN and said, yeah, these are the guys who are doing the right thing. These are the converted. These are the people that have decided to work with us. That was the word she used. I'm just quoting her this morning. Okay, so we are doing what we can. And we believe that because we are doing what we can, then the industry should work with us and support us every step of the way. And we've seen that support. And I'm using this opportunity to encourage, if you are in here and you are in the industry and you are not doing what you're supposed to do as far as supporting PWDAN, please become converted. And give us 100% support because that's what we need to solve this problem collectively. So like I said, we are not just stakeholders. We are the backbone of the pharmaceutical supply chain. We are the ones who have invested in doing things the right way through legitimate channels with integrity and with the health of Nigerians in our hearts. We are not just here for the business. We are also here to offer service. So if PWDAN is empowered and supported to fulfill its mandate, the entire ecosystem wins. Patients, providers, regulators, and the private sector alike. I keep saying this. Most companies, especially the companies that import goods into this country, they know what they actually import into the country. But guess what? They don't know the actual consumption of that particular product in the country annually. Why? Because there is a possibility that you may have imported 100,000 packs of amlodipine, your brand of amlodipine, into the country, for example. But that particular brand, 1 million was consumed because it's a popular brand. Everybody's asking for that brand. How do you know that the 900 that did not come for you, how will you be able to know that that 900 actually exists? The only way you can know is having visibility in the supply chain. Because if you bring in 100 and the supply chain is actually demanding for 1 million, the 900 requests will come to you. But if you bring in 100 and the supply chain is demanding for 1 million and the supply chain is compromised, then the remaining 900 will not come to you. Guess where it will go to? The people who will falsify, who will reduce this, who will do this. We all know the language. Let me not say it. They will occupy the remaining 900. And who is the loser here? You, the owner of that brand, that think that you are doing business when you are actually losing. The more reason why the supply chain must be strengthened. The more reason why the industry must work with PWDAN to achieve that objective. So yet we must be honest with ourselves. The government is exploring alternative arrangements. The private sector risks being sidelined. Not because we lack capacity, but because we have not fully embraced the structure already in place. This is a call to action. We must close ranks, align with national policy, and work together to fill the gap that threatens our collective future. We are all aware of all the options that the government has been throwing up lately, without fully exploring and maximizing the existing NDDG that was a policy that was given by the government to the industry. I think that we must remind the government on the need for them to at least explore and take advantage of that policy and utilize it fully before they can start bringing up second options or third options. So let me be clear. Medicine security is not a government problem, and I'm sure we all understand that. Our families, our friends all over the country are the ones taking our medicines. And if we say we want to wait for the government, the same thing that happened to the power sector, the same thing that happened to infrastructure, will continue to happen in the healthcare space. The government doesn't have the capacity to solve all our problems. And so the famous American president will say, think not what the government can do for you, but think what you can do for the government. And it is on these platforms that PWDAN came together as an association. We want to see what we can do. We want to take responsibility. And that's why we keep saying, even though it is government that will drive this whole process, as private sector individuals, we must play our role in helping to achieve that supply chain integrity that we all crave for. So, government cannot solve this problem on it. It is a national imperative, and it requires all hands on deck. Regulators, thank God for at least one of the major regulators that is here, present. The manufacturers, we have manufacturers sitting down here. Wholesalers, this is a wholesalers conference, so I'm sure more than half of us sitting down here are wholesalers and distributors, and retailers, as well as industry stakeholders, all working in harmony with PWDAN as a trusted bridge. We want to be that bridge. We want to fill this gap that we are talking about. But we cannot do it alone. We need everybody collaborating with us. So I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to our sponsors, our partners, and every individual who has contributed to making this conference a reality. Your support is not just appreciated, it is essential. As we begin this important gathering, I urge us to engage deeply, think boldly, and collaborate meaningfully. Let us generate ideas, strategies, and resolutions that we can take to the regulators and authorities. One of them is here. We will take it to them. We will start with them, and so on and so forth, until we find solutions that will shape the future of medicine distribution in Nigeria. Together, let us bridge the gap. Let us secure the future. Let us build a pharmaceutical supply chain that every Nigerian can trust. I live in Lagos. I have families. I'm from Delta State. I have families in Delta State. They will call me. I'm in Lagos. I want to go and buy so and so. You'll be racking your head. Who are you going to refer them to? Can you see the problem? And it is, and I'm sure we all have that problem here, sitting down here. We have families scattered all over the country. When they call you, I want to buy a medication, who do you refer them to? How can you trust the supply chain? That is why we are here. We must build the supply chain to the point where the average Nigerian, 200 plus million Nigerians, can trust that supply chain that we have offered to them. So thank you, and may God bless PWDAN, and may God bless our great nation. God bless you.
Thank you very much. One more time, please, a round of applause for the PWDAN chairman. You could see the passion and the commitment to the cause. Thank you very much, sir. For the sake of emphasis, please, I would like to state that the vision of PWDAN is to build integrity in supply chain through collaboration, capacity building, and quality service delivery. The mission is bringing sanity to the pharmaceutical supply chain while delivering quality pharmaceutical products to Nigerian populace. And our tagline is ensuring pharmaceutical supply chain integrity. So that's all that we stand for. And we want to partner with as many stakeholders that are available. That let's join hands together to ensure that our medicine are safe as they move from one point to the other. And I believe God will help us to achieving this. Amen. All right. So ladies and gentlemen, without wasting our time, we have some goodwill messages. We'll be inviting some of our special guests to please come forward briefly to share a few words and few thoughts about the conference and something for us to look forward to. Before I start, I would like to specially recognize in our midst representing the national chairman for the APS, that's Association of Lady Pharmacists. We're honored to have in our midst the National Publicity Secretary Pharmacist, AFSAT, Ahmed Ikoyi. Please, a round of applause for her. Thank you very much for joining us. All right, so on that note, the chairman of PWDAN has spoken a lot about NAFDAC, and I would like the representative of NAFDAC DG to please come forward to open the floor to give the goodwill message from the DG of NAFDAC. Please help me welcome Pharmacist Regina Gaba as she speaks on behalf of the DG of NAFDAC, Professor Moji Adeyeye. Please, a round of applause for her.
Distinguished participants and everyone present here, good morning. My name is Dr. Regina Garba. I work with NAFDAC. I want to apologize on behalf of the DG, like Ms. Pharm all said. He doesn't know what's wrong with Geneva. I'm going to explain what is wrong with Geneva. Presently, NAFDAC is undergoing an international audit, and the people from Geneva are in Nigeria. So the DG is right on the hot seat in his solo office. So, and that's why, when it has to do with PWDAN, she will never miss any of your meeting. As a matter of fact, we were sitting down, and it escaped our thoughts that this program is holding today. So immediately they said, I have to start coming in here to stand in for her. So whatever thing I'm going to speak or read here is, it will be on behalf of Professor Adeyeye. Presentation speech delivered on behalf of Professor Mojisola Adeyeye, Director General of NAFDAC, today, 28th or 29th of May. Distinguished Chairman of PWDAN, respected members of Executive Committee, esteemed industry stakeholders, regulatory colleagues, exhibitors, and guests. I bring a warm greetings on behalf of the Director General of National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, the DG NAFDAC, who deeply regrets her inability to attend in person due to other pressing national issues, like I've explained. She extends her sincere appreciation to Pharmaceutical Wholesalers and Distributors Association of Nigeria, PWDAN, for the kind invitation to participate in this pivotal event as a special guest of honor. The theme of this year's conference, Bridging Gaps, Integrating Pharma Wholesalers, Distributors for Medicines Security in Nigeria, could not be more timely. It strikes at the heart of a challenge and opportunity that lies before us, ensuring that our nation's medicine supply chain is resilient, secured, transparent, and accessible. Professor Adeyeye acknowledges the important role that pharmaceutical wholesalers and distributors play in the health delivery value chain. Without a safe and well-regulated distribution system, Even the highest quality medicines manufactured or imported cannot reach the patients who need them most. NAFDAC remains resolute in its mandate to safeguard public health through effective regulation and control of medicines and related products. Medicine security defined not just in terms of availability, but also in terms of quality and integrity is a strategic national priority. The agency has taken several steps in support of this, including strengthening good distribution practice inspection guidelines, intensifying post-marketing surveillance and routine inspections, digitalizing regulatory systems and leveraging technology for supply chain traceability, and encouraging industry self-regulation through collaborative partnership like this one. The DG NAFDAC emphasizes that achieving a secure pharmaceutical supply chain is not just a job of regulators alone. It demands partnership, accountability, and shared responsibility across the spectrum, from manufacturers and importers to wholesalers, last mile distribution, distributors, and pharmacists. In this regard, NAFDAC applauds PWDAN's effort to galvanize its membership towards compliance, professionalism, and strategic integration within the broader national pharmaceutical ecosystem. As this conference proceeds, the DG urges all participants to critically explore practical strategies for improving the efficiency and transparency of pharmaceutical distribution, including embracing supply chain digitalization and serialization, promoting public-private cooperation in tackling substandard and falsified medicines, building capacity for effective storage, handling, and logistics across the board, strengthening regulatory reporting, especially in pharmacovigilance and control distribution. In conclusion, please accept the Director General's best wishes for a successful and impactful conference. May the outcomes from this event lead to bold steps, actionable policies, and renewed synergy in our joint pursuit of secured, quality-assured pharmaceutical environment for all Nigerians. Thank you and God bless you. Now, before I go down, I would like to just add my voice. To be here is, I count it as a great privilege, because PWDAN is one of the core functions of the activity I do in NAFDAC, monitoring the supply chain. And I was just going to highlight it to Mr. O to say that the membership of this group is supposed to be the highest among all the sectoral group. But I'm just seeing a very few members here. I don't know whether it's just the ESCO that are supposed to be here. And I know during the course of my work, anywhere we enter, we always advocate on behalf of PWDAN that you need to join this association, because NAFDAC identify with these professionals and you will be properly guided. You don't see us as enemies, but you see us as people who are ready to work together to guide you. You remember in February, the supply chain was so dirty. We were in Idumota and other places for 3 weeks, sleepless nights. Imagine a medicine you buy, you are not sure of the efficacy. You don't even know what the danger of what you are buying. And NAFDAC identify you, your group, as a critical stakeholder to collaborate to fight this menace. And that is why we have developed so many of these tools. We have the traceability. I remember when the traceability came, there was a lot of permutation. No, not some said yes, but PWDAN stood firm to say we are in support. And it was such an encouragement to NAFDAC. And so we must team together, because if you don't, once you think your product is doing well, somebody else is sitting by the corner, ready to clone your product, ready to fake your product. If it is imported, somebody else is ready to go behind you and bring it parallel. I remember some days ago, we were just fighting with a particular company here. Their product is doing well, and similar product was imported, but that same product was not meant for Nigerian market. And it was specific. Now, if you don't look through your supply chain, put all the check and balances, deploy all that is required. Digitalization is everywhere now. And so when you digitalize your system, you monitor your system, you put all the tools that are required, I can tell you that we will have a very transparent supply chain. With you, together with NAFDAC, we are going to achieve that. I'm very, very sure, because this is what we spend the whole of our time, our energy. We are not here to speak theory. We want to make it practical, and it is practicable, and it is achievable. I wish you the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Once again, please let's celebrate NAFDAC for the great works. We saw how you shook the nation. We have not recovered. Thank you very much. Someone was selling a product online that you drink something. When you drink it, your business will boom, and then sales will start coming in. And people were like, how much and all that. I just put a comment and the person deleted the post. I said, did NAFDAC approve of this? And the person knows that as soon as you tag NAFDAC, they start looking at you. So if you want to promote business, not bring a product that you drink it and your business will boom. Nigerians are wiser. All right. So ladies and gentlemen, up next, I would like to invite Madam President, as she was introduced earlier, the President of HFN, the Healthcare Federation of Nigeria. Please, a round of applause. She's also the Country Director of Pharma Access, Pharmacy in Delhi, as she comes forward to give a goodwill message.
Thank you so much, and it's really a pleasure to be here. Let me correct you, I'm not a pharmacist, but interestingly, I'm born in a family of 5 pharmacists. So by association, I identify as a pharmacist. And also Pharma Access Foundation. Good morning, sir. Pharma Access Foundation that I also represent had its origins in Pharmaceutical. But here today I'm standing, I'm wearing the cap of the Healthcare Federation. In fact, I feel like I'm in a room full of friends, people I've met before in my course of, advocating for the private sector. For those who don't know, Healthcare Federation is the advocacy body for private sector organizations to support government. So we tend to, represent everybody. But interestingly, my first encounter with PWDAN was during the Pharma West Africa, which pharmacist Yakasai invited me to. And since then, I've been in awe of what the association is doing. So first of all, let me congratulate you and congratulate your members. I think what you said earlier, that regardless of the health system that you promote, the wrong medication will put you, in a bad situation. And I think that's where, listening to him, I said, definitely, we have to find a way to collaborate. Healthcare Federation, over the past 10 years, by the way, this year is our 10th anniversary. I've been involved from day one through various roles and, the last 4 years as vice president. And from March this year, became the president. And it's really been an eye-opener because I understand now what, the level of fragmentation and the need for us to come together. I know pharmacist Femi, there's some engagements that we've had with NAFDAC and with Ministry of Finance and so many other people in the room. And what we find, because there are so many problems and the fragmentation is enormous, they only listen to or take action against the person who is loudest. So you find that HFN, we're all over the place. We're making noise, we're engaging, and we've gotten the attention of the policymakers. Currently, HFN, I think we're currently in about 6 committees of the federal government. From NEFRA to even recently, I was inaugurated into the Power Committee. You name it. Why? Because we are putting our foot forward. And I think that this is where the collaboration needs to happen, so that when I go to engage, I take your problems along with me and I advocate for it. Yes. In fact, I was invited to one of the meetings with the CEO of pharmaceutical companies. I don't know which one of you was there. And one of the pharmaceutical CEOs, representative of P&G man, he said to me, "Oh, HFN, you guys are just 10 years old." I didn't want to take offense. He said, "PMG man is 40 years old." And, later on, he laughed and he said he was just joking with me. But the truth of the matter is we're not adversaries. PMG man can be doing its work within its association and its committee, but we have to remember that we work as an ecosystem. So if your drugs are produced and there's no off-takers, or like as we're talking about here, the wrong medication gets into the wrong hands, we're all in the same boat. I mean, I want you to picture this boat. It's a cartoon. I wish I could project it. It's, there's a hole in the boat and the boat is sinking. Some people are scooping the water out of the boat, and those at the top feel okay and laughing at those at the bottom scooping and saying, "Oh, they are suffering." But at the end of the day, we're in the same boat and we're all going to sink. So the more we come together, the more our voice remains louder and stronger, and then we can push the government to do what is right. So I'm glad the regulators are here. We've also supported, and we advocate everywhere. Currently, we're advocating for power. When I was inaugurated into the Power Committee with all the big guys at the table, all I was hearing was tertiary hospitals. In my mind, I'm like, where's the private sector? At the end of the day, we as policymakers, they have to see public and private. When they were conferred with their government positions, they didn't say your minister for public sector. It's Minister of Health, Commissioner for Health. So our role as HFN is to make sure that the voice of private sector is heard loud and clear. But more so, how do we aggregate all our problems together and go together and fight for it? So as I was discussing with pharmacist Ochuko this morning, I said, we are just reconstructing the governing council, what we call NEC within HFN. And we've just... PWDAN wasn't there before, but we're going to add PWDAN to that NEC. What does it do? To help aggregate the voices, advice, so that when we go to advocate, they hear us loud and clear. So I'm really excited to be here. I'm learning a lot, and it's really amazing. I must say thank you for the work that you're doing, and I'm looking forward to more collaboration. Also to mention that on Monday, HFN is holding a leadership conference. Some of you may have seen the flyer. Please, you're welcome. It's open. It's free. We're going to have, I think, about 6 ministers from West African countries. We're going to have the Senate Chair House Committee on Health, as well as other policymakers, but as well as industry leaders from the private sector. So this is a closed room where you can actually raise your hand and challenge or put forward your questions or your comments. But right now, I'm happy to say that, they have the ears of HFN. So we are seizing this opportunity and trying to get more people on board so that we can fight this fight. Otherwise, we're all going down together. So thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Ma. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, while she was speaking, a very special guest walked in. Please, a round of applause as I welcome Pharmacist Ibrahim Babashehu Ahmed is the PSN Registrar. You're welcome, sir. We celebrate you. Thank you for joining us. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, now I'm taking you over to Cameroon. Please fasten your seatbelts as I bring forward, she is the Vice President of the African Pharmaceutical Distribution Association. Please help me welcome Dr. Yolanda Jomo, aka Adejumoke, for a goodwill message. You're welcome.
Hello. Good day of all. First of all, I'm trying to speak small English. I want to say thank of the God for this special moment. I thank the Ayebae Association to make this connection, Distributor of Africa. I thank the member of PD1. I thank my love who came yesterday in afternoon. Also, my name is Yolanda Jomo. I was the pharmacy. I studied pharmacy in Ivory Coast. I finished since 25 years. But I returned to my country and opened my, what do you say? My wholesalers pharmacist. I am the wholesalers pharmacist. Last time when I come to Lagos, I was the simply Cameroonian guest. But today, I was so proud to say I was the member of PWDAN. The problem is the communication. Every time, I'm improving my English to be better. But now I asked the assistant to read my speech. Monsieur le Président du PWDAN, chers membres du PWDAN, distingués et vos rangs et grades respectifs, messieurs et mesdames, je prends la parole ici en tant que membre et avantage en ma qualité de vice-président de la région Centre-Ayebae. Cette jeune association qui a vu le jour en 2019 et dont l'un des objectifs principaux est consacré à la lutte contre le marché illicite et la vente des médicaments de qualité inférieure en Afrique. L'une des missions principales de l'Ayebae, à savoir le partage d'expériences en matière de bonnes pratiques de distribution. Je profite de cette occasion pour lancer un appel aux distributeurs des pays anglophones, lusophones, à intégrer cette association. La langue ne doit pas être une limite pour intégrer l'Ayebae. Nos préoccupations sont communes, à savoir le respect des bonnes pratiques de distribution afin de répondre aux besoins de santé des populations, offrir aux patients africains des médicaments de qualité abordables, rythmer la distribution pharmaceutique africaine aux évolutions technologiques et informatiques de l'heure. J'en profite pour adresser mes plus sincères félicitations aux organisateurs pour la qualité remarquable de cet événement, tant sur le fond que sur la forme. Nous allons Permettez-moi aussi de saluer tout particulièrement le président de PWDAN, M. Oumarou, pour son énergie et sa capacité à fédérer les membres. Ces éléments ont contribué à la réussite de ce rassemblement. Je ne saurais terminer mes propos sans remercier le président de l'ADEPA, M. Lassana Synergie, pour sa vision, son leadership, lui qui ne lésine sur aucun moyen pour rendre cette association dynamique. Ensuite, M. Ernest Okafor, Dr Boyo, pour leur présence remarquable aux différentes assemblées thématiques depuis la création de l'ADEPA. Merci encore pour votre accueil. Bravo à PWDAN. God bless you, PWDAN.
Wow. Thank you, Ola Ijimakin, for that fantastic presentation. So in case we have children or grandchildren learning French, please tell them to take it serious, because they will need it someday. Wow. And I'm feeling very bad because she was able to express herself in English and we all understood her, right? But I can't express myself in French in any way. All I can say is just welcome and bye-bye. That's all. All right. So ladies and gentlemen, one more time, please, a round of applause for Dr. Yolande Jomo for that presentation. Thank you. We appreciate you. We celebrate you. And we hope for more collaborations between Nigeria and Cameroon, and by extension to other Francophone countries around Africa. All right. So ladies and gentlemen, the chairman of NAIP or representative, do we have anybody around? Okay, yes, we have. Okay. A round of applause for NAIP National for their goodwill message. Sorry, I didn't get your name, but please you help us introduce yourself. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I know the protocols have been established, but before I stand on it, permit me to recognize my president, the president of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, Alhaji, and the person who licensed me to practice, Registrar of the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria, Alhaji Babashehu. You're welcome, sir. And of course, today's event chairman, my own Oga, I greet you, sir. And the chairman of PWDAN. My name is Pharmacist Theophilus Semeka. I am here representing the national chairman of Association of Nigerian Pharmacists in the industry, NAIP, Pharmacist Ken Chinedu FPSN. He has asked me to congratulate PWDAN and to say that your topic for discussion today cannot be delayed. Bridging the gap and your role in medicine security. Wholesale business of pharmacy owned by pharmacists is just the right thing to do, and we guarantee, obviously, medicine security when the supply chain is taken from pharmacy to pharmacy end to end. Then we can actually be sure that we are doing the right thing and the product distribution is going through the conditions that are meant to go through. Then you'll be sure that you're taking the right medications, delivering the right expected outcomes. So I want to congratulate PWDAN and say that NAIP will always stand by you and support you as we go forward. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you very much. While you are speaking, Pharmacist T, I was being told that tea break is 12. So that was what distracted me. So by noon, we'll be going for tea break. So that's just the breaking news I just wanted to share. So representative from ACPN National, I understand that the chairman is on his way from Abuja. Okay, so as soon as he arrives, hopefully we'll be able to take his goodwill message. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, quickly permit me to invite the PCN Registrar as he comes forward to give his goodwill message. A round of applause for Pharmacist Ibrahim, Babashehu, Ahmed, FPSN. Please, let's celebrate him as he comes.
Please, before the registrar speaks, I just want to make a comment. He probably will not want it. Because I was waiting for him to come when I was giving my, since he didn't come when I was making my speech, I had to reserve the comments till when he comes. So I said our program actually started on the 27th with a welcome dinner, and then the first few hours of yesterday, we were actually having a capacity building session where a staff of the PCN, in the person of Pharmacist Solomon, came to teach us on documentation and the importance it has in terms of our practice. And that was our song all through our journey to FIDSON. In fact, we were documenting our journey every step of the way. Am I right? Yes. You know, it was such a profound session. But before that training occurred, somebody gave the instruction. I just mentioned to him casually, sir, we want to continue that training that we started last year with Pharmacist Solomon. He's done a fantastic job. Before I finished sending the message, I was still typing. I don't even know whether he saw the message that I was typing it. There was a response. You know, it's very easy for you to have a registrar who is a very busy man doing so many things. You are chatting, and the man has shown a lot of support for us. And I just want to use the opportunity to truly appreciate him for who he is. It's very easy for us to say it behind him, but I think it is important that we say it in front of him. Thank you very much, sir, for all your support. We don't take it for granted.
Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate this. Thank you very much. The chairman of today's occasion and my president, the chairman of PWDAN, and very distinguished participants here to this particular program of the 2025 conference of the Pharmaceutical Wholesalers and Distributors Association of Nigeria, with the team bridging the gap, integrating pharma wholesalers and distributors for medicine security in Nigeria. My happiness is that being here today is going to be an opportunity to further our discussion beyond what we'll be saying at the podium between the PCN and PWDAN for purposes of integrating and understanding the roles and the interface of PCN and PWDAN within the supply chain. However, I will go by briefly going through what I have as my speech, that it is a privilege and honor to be invited to this occasion as a special guest, as a guest of honor. And I sincerely appreciate it. And I really cannot thank the leadership of PWDAN for this recognition. I thank the organizers also for choosing such a timely and important team, bridging gap, integrating pharma wholesalers and distributors for medicine security in Nigeria. Today, Nigeria continues to make significant efforts in strengthening its healthcare system. Yet, persistent gaps continue to threaten its foundation. The escalating prices of medicine, foreign exchange volatility, insecurity, fragmented last-mile delivery system, and a persistent challenge of substandard and falsified medicines continue to affect all this effort. The recent executive order, however, on zero tariff on pharmaceutical raw materials, initiated by the coordinating minister and recently signed by our President Bola Ahmed Tinubu deserves commendation. However, in a landscape such as ours, the role of pharmaceutical wholesalers and distributors is quite critical. You form the chain that connects policy to patients, ensuring that medicine don't just exist, but are accessible, safe, and effective. However, the truth is this space remains largely fragmented, and without proper integration, transparency, and regulatory alignment, the vision of equitable access to safe, quality, and affordable medicine will remain a big challenge with us. Well, at the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria, we remain steadfast in undertaking our statutory mandate of regulating the education, the training, the practice, and of course, very recently in our law, the business of pharmacy in all its aspects and ramifications. This clearly includes the regulation of all pharmaceutical premises within the distribution channels. Over the past 2 years, the PCN has dedicated its effort to, among others, implement the National Drug Distribution Guideline in line with the federal government directive for a more organized and harmonized distribution system. And I think this is one point that we may need to connect and discuss together. This has been seen, must have been seen in our recent effort of collaboration with our sister regulatory agency, NAFDAC, particularly targeted at the open drug markets. We recognize the fact that more than 40% or over 40% of falsified and substandard medicine come from these locations. And that is why we realize that they are the most difficult and very challenging group of stakeholders within the supply chain that requires strong energy. And I think we are getting somewhere with what we have achieved in Kano and what is currently going on at the various locations. Let us be clear that medicine is not just a commodity, as we all know. It's a life-saving product. If we allow it to be handled anyhow, which has been the case in the past, we'll continue to risk the health of our people and the credibility of our health system. And certainly, our health indices will continue to be low. We cannot achieve medicine security without an integrated, transparent, and collaborative supply chain. When we say integrated, it means following the clear laid out flow chart as well as strategy. Just like they say, if you are cut out for this, you do it and do it well. If you are cut out to be a retailer, you must retail well and work only within that space. If you are cut out as wholesaler, you must be wholesaler. If you are also cut out as a distributor. So this is where we need to actually know what exactly are we in. Are we a manufacturer? Are you an importer? Are you a distributor? Or are you an wholesaler? There must be clear understanding of where everybody stands. It's very important. This is not the time for stories, but I think it's not happening only here. You know, I used to lead the team for National Hajj Commission since 2009 for Hajj. And last year we came across an issue. As the head of pharmacy, I've been very experienced on it. We had a new management in NACON, and they were concerned that they want to bring down the cost of medicines that we normally use for operation. And I said, I have no problem with that. We had a supplier who could give us supplies because of the bureaucracy of government. We could wait till the end of the operation before taking his money. He will also be willing and ready to take back unused medicines before we come back to Nigeria. Now they discover somebody whose prices were lower and say, why are we not patronizing this? I said, I'm very ready and willing. Lo and behold, we set up a committee. His prices were lower. But the conditions that came with it, They were lower because he was a distributor. He was interfacing with several companies with high volume, collecting high volumes. But the conditions were that if in the end of the operation you didn't finish your you couldn't use all the medications, we are not taking it back. Because we also have signed bonds with our representative, the people who represent as distributors. They will not take it from us. You can see the difference. The wholesaler could also interface directly with retailers. Maybe it was easy because the volume was not much. He was also saying that I cannot wait till the end of operation to take money from you because I am also time-bound to respond to my distributors, my suppliers, who also perhaps are importers or manufacturers. So you can see that the capacity and the operations differ from level to level. So I think as we discuss here, we should be looking clearly as what are the interface, what are the levels, how do we integrate these levels so that everything becomes very clear. I wish us all the very best and be rest assured of the support of PCN. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please, one more time, a big round of applause for our registrar. Thank you, sir. All right. I'd like to invite the number one pharmacist in Nigeria. He will be coming to speak, to give his presidential goodwill message. Please, a round of applause for the PSN president, pharmacist Ayuba Tanko Ibrahim, FPSN.
The chairman of the occasion, honorary pharmacist Fidelis Ayebae, Mrs. Indili, Registrar of the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria, Chairman of PWDAN, my senior colleagues present here in the room, my colleagues, good morning. I have a confession to make. I didn't know about PWDAN before I became president. But the moment I became president, Ochuko and his team made sure I knew what PWDAN is. And now I'm the number one advocate. Yeah, because they took it upon themselves to come to me to sell PWDAN. I bought into it, I understood their aims and objectives, and I'm the one helping them to spread their aims and objectives. And we have an agreement with him that whenever I'm going for advocacy visit to any government agency, I will carry him along. This is the power of collaboration. So I want to congratulate PWDAN for this annual conference. I want to tell you that I appreciate what you do. And like I told you last night, I make a pledge to help you along the way in whatever capacity you want me to do, so that together we can achieve the aims and objectives of PWDAN. I don't know, but I think I know. Secretary, National Secretary, do we have any award or investiture called honorary pharmacist? Have we been awarding to? Okay. So I was right in calling him. I was right in calling him honorary pharmacist Ayebae. Okay. Wow. So I think the next person should be Mrs. Indili. Because she has been around pharmacy for a long time. And Ahmed Yakasai, President Ahmed Yakasai, kept telling me, hold this woman very well. So I don't know how he wants me to hold you very well, but I'll hold you. So I wish PWDAN a very successful conference. And may God help you in whatever you've set out to achieve. And I assure you, we'll be together along the way. Thank you very much.
Please, let's celebrate the number one supporter of PWDAN in Nigeria. Thank you very much for all that you do and you continue to do for the pharmacy and pharmacists in Nigeria. Thank you very much, sir. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, so that is the final goodwill message for today. And then we move on with the opening address by the chairman of today's occasion. Please help me welcome the honorary pharmacist, Dr. Fidelis Ayebae, the CEO of FIDSON Healthcare Plc, to give his chairman opening address. Please keep clapping. Let's celebrate him.
For 30 years, FIDSON Healthcare has been at the forefront of healthcare delivery in Nigeria, improving lives through innovation and quality products and services.
There are only two
we are
presidents
committed to
here. And I will recognize the two presidents. Then I will go to the other ones that start with an R. And then I'll move on. President PSN, my president, PSN Nigeria. And my president, HFN Nigeria. I'll monetize that one. And of course, my amiable friend and Registrar of the Pharmaceutical Council of Nigeria, PCN, Alhaji Babashehu Ahmed, and the representative of the Keynote Speaker, pharmacist Dennis, which be that your name, Seth? He has said it, so right. Now, where I got a little confused, I wanted to know if there are 2 or 3 presidents. Is Otuko's title? Is he chairman? Right. So, chairman, PWDAN, PWDAN, so long as it all ends up with Dan. Distinguished colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen, and of course, our friends from Cameroon, Yolanda and the husband, bonjour. Merci beaucoup for coming. All right. Sorry, I think the organizers of this event have chosen to punish some of us this morning with such a very cold environment. It's a privilege to be here. Indeed, I cannot thank the organizers enough for inviting me about 6 months ago. One of the reasons I immediately seized the opportunity and accepted to chair this event is what you have all expressed here this morning, which is the recognition of the dangers of a fractional, confused, and totally chaotic supply chain within the pharma industry. We underestimate the danger, but I will come back to that. That was the reason that I, accepted to be here this morning. But before I say the things that I want to say, a lot of you do not know that the biggest supporter that you have in this room is the Registrar of PCN. Between 10 and 12 years ago, he led a delegation of some of us to India. This is when the NDDG law or paper or regulation was a rave, and there was so much discussions around it. But one key area that was omitted from that document was groups like PWDAN, because what was recommended or recognized in the first document was the state distribution value chain and the mega wholesalers within the value chain. And everybody totally forgot about the traditional value chain, which are the distributors. He led that team. And by the time we finished, after 4 days, he made a promise that distribution and what have you is going to be recognized within that document. And that was how what do you call that, organized wholesale? The CWC came into that document, and part of the CWC, of course, is what PWDAN also represents, right? And I like the theme for this event, which is bridging that gap within the value chain and integrating all of us in a seamless way such that it makes sense. So, Alhaji Babashehu, thank you very much. The seed that you sowed over 10, 11, 12 years ago, we're witnessing today. I think this is your third conference or your fourth conference. Let me also congratulate all the members of PWDAN or PWDAN for holding the banner high and for the high level of professionalism that this group has exhibited since you came, to public limelight 4 years ago. Some of us have watched from the sidelines. We know what your activities represent. And we wanted to be sure it is not another ACPN in the making, right? Or another funny organization. In Nigeria, we like organizations. Oh, my God. The number of associations in this country, are enough, right? If well managed, right, to ensure that this country is stable and it is properly organized. But the thing is, we just like ceremonies for the sake of ceremonies. So I am proud to be associated with you because you have exhibited a much more balanced, business-like approach to what you are doing. Congratulations, sirs. En masse. The theme of this conference is very important, and the role that you are playing in the supply or distribution value chain of pharmaceutical industry is extremely important. And you yourself have said it pretty much in your speech. The HFN president has also said it. NAFDAC cannot overemphasize it. Neither would PCN overemphasize it if we say it more and more and more. And that is the danger of the rather opaque distribution value chain that we have in pharmaceuticals in Nigeria. And slowly but surely, PCN, along with NAFDAC, working hand in hand, are slowly sanitizing that space. You see, like you said, Rome wasn't built in a day, right? The journey to perfection is many steps and many years, but we will patiently and in an organized manner work towards that one singular goal, which is sanitizing that space. Let me take you back to history. Many years ago, when Professor Oliko Iransom-Kuti was the Minister for Health, one terrible situation was the abundance, as it were, of fake and substandard drugs within the country, because NAFDAC wasn't as strong as it became, many years after, right? And the man said, I can't remember the percentage that he used, that about 50% or thereabout of drugs in Nigeria at that time were fake and substandard. And the ripple effect of that pronouncement, you would not believe. Before then, Nigeria was the main source of supply for a lot of the West African countries and Central African countries, all the way to East Africa. As you know, Nigerians are traders by DNA, right? Even when we say we distribute, there's trading behind it. When we say we manufacture, there's trading behind it. When we say we are registrars, we are trade behind it. Right? We are entrepreneurial in spirit, and nothing can stop that. Right? And so the man said 50%. So countries that were importing from Nigeria, that were coming in trucks or plane loads and going back with truckloads of pharmaceutical products from Nigeria, stopped coming. You mean the products that we're buying are fake? They're substandard, they're falsified, they cannot be guaranteed by the people who will buy them from? That was a shock. So today, what we are doing in this room is reminding us that we need to bridge the gap. We need to work together. Whether HFN, whether PMG Man, whether FEMPIA, whether NAIP, whether ACPN, PSN, and all of us, whether NIROFARM, APIN, all the CWCs, we need to work together to ensure that bad elements do not infiltrate our trade. You will pardon me if I use that word trade. That bad elements, and you know what I mean by that word trade, right? That bad elements do not infiltrate what we are doing. Now, some of you, and I'm grateful, I'm thankful, for you finding time to visit our factory yesterday. We are the factory yesterday. And you saw the investment. All my 30 years of work within the pharmaceutical industry is what you saw yesterday. Over 100 billion naira has been invested in that plant that you see. The most expensive machines are the ones on the infusion line. One today is 4 million euros from Germany. Now, emerge, and there are 4 of them. 2 of them are from Germany and 2 of them are from India. None of them is less than $2.5 million in cost. I'm not talking about clearing and all the fleecing that goes on at our ports. Off the mic, yeah. Now, imagine that you make all of those investments and then you are producing, like Ochuko said, 1 million or 100,000, right? And you think you are building brands. But somebody, an opportunist, is taking advantage of your ability to build brands and he falsifies products that are hitherto supposed to be made in Nigeria, and they bring them across the seas. But they are made in Nigeria. I don't understand the logic. A custom man sees it at the port. It is written XYZ Company, Nigeria, manufactured in Songwater. And the man still allows the thing to be cleared into the country. And then it infiltrates the entire value chain, the distribution network. And it passes quietly as the original. How terrible is that? Not just for our investment, but for the health of Nigerians. Monica that is seated there, Dr. Monica Mujeze, my assistant wife, right? I am not sure I can see her again. Where is she? Almost lost her life many years ago fighting fake and substandard drugs. Spent all of her career in NAFDAC trying to sanitize this space. Right? Not because of our investments alone, but because of the life of every single Nigerian that can be impacted by the consumption of fake and substandard drug. So, ladies and gentlemen, my appeal to you is that we should all collaborate. Buy made in Nigeria. Go to where the product is made. Go to where the product is imported and buy from there. That is the only way you are assured that what you are selling is the original and genuine product. Now, I am not a political person. I'm not APC. I'm not PDP. I'm none of these, labels. Right? But I can tell you for free that one of the governments that is going to have the greatest impact in Nigerians coming together, working together, right, and believing in themselves is this government. The pronouncements that this government has made, the things that I've seen this government doing, right, forget money no day for pocket, petrol dear, right, subsidy removed. Forget all that problem. There are some of the pains of nation building. We cannot but go through these things if we want a nation that is better, right? If you just float everything and everything is subsidized, right, and you think that is, you are building a country, you are building a lie. You're not building a country, you are building a lie. You can't subsidize everything under the sun. From electricity to petrol to food to... Who does that? Right? Look at the big nations of the world where some of their services are free. If you go to NHS today, the days we used to use NHS in those days in England, some 20 years ago, the quality of service that you got is way better than the quality of what they have today. Because they cannot continue to subsidize healthcare. They are not even subsidizing it. They are giving it free. Right? So we must patronize each other. We will seize the opportunity of what this government is doing to ensure that we work together. Pull yourselves together. You can make pool procurements. Who says you can't do pool procurements? If one man doesn't have the money, call your friends, 5 of you, instead of buying 10,000 packs, 5, 10 of you, depending on your strength, can buy 100,000 packs, 50,000 packs. And that way, you can even leverage, volumes to get better prices. So I urge you, as you sit in this conference today, and you have listened to a lot of speakers before me, to please note that what you are doing here today or this week is so important for the survival of the health of Nigeria, and it cannot be overemphasized. And for this, I congratulate you. Before the chairman ends up being the one that is going to prolong the conference, I will step down. Thank you very much for your invitation. Let me also seize this opportunity, and it is the first public platform that I have been offered to make that announcement. I have finally retired from FIDSON. I retired from 1st of May, 2025. I knew I was going to retire, yet I accepted this invitation. The new managing director of FIDSON is a pharmacist like yourself and like myself, right? His number is far from my own. My own is 00001, and I have a certificate from the registrar to prove it. Right? There are 3 of us, I guess. Femi is 00002. And Chukura of Green Life is 00003. Right? So the new managing director is pharmacist Ola Ijimakin. Please feel free to invite me to anything you want to do. If your dog gives birth and you want to name those puppies, I am available. Right? Anything that you want to do, whoever you want to turn your great-grandfather dead body, we don't die 30, 40 years ago, call me, I did, because I get time now. So thank you very much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. God bless you.
Wow. Please give a powerful appreciation clap. Let's celebrate him one more time. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for inspiring us. There are so many young pharmacists in the house, and they are trusting God that, I will be able to do much more than you've done. Thank you for being an inspiration to every one of us. God bless you richly, and we pray that you enjoy your retirement in good health and in sound mind. I was showing him how to climb the stairs. He said, I don't need the stairs. He just jumped. I want to be like you when I retire, sir. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we're supposed to go on a tea break. Just permit me, for 10 minutes, we have a presentation from one of our partners. Please, a round of applause for Kalbe International as they come forward for their presentation. Calbe International. Please, a round of applause for them. 10 minutes for the presentation, and then we'll proceed for our tea break.
Okay, hello. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nicholas Alexandro. I'm the brand manager for Calbe International. So you might know us from our existing products like Proco, Mixagrip, Medic 55 Comex, and everything. But today I want to introduce you to our brand new product, which we are partnering with MedHeights Pharmaceutical for this one. So it's called Woods. So here's a short video for you to watch. Let me just play.
Then, Woods has grown its portfolio and become a trusted...
Let me play it again.
Wood's story began in 1895 in New Zealand, when a noble chemist, James E. Woods, crafted the very first Woods Great Peppermint Cure. Since then, Woods has grown its portfolio and become a trusted expert in cough and throat care across the globe. We have been marketing Woods and made it a key player in cough and throat problems in many countries.
Don't take it lightly. Take your cough seriously. Choose a reliable one.
Woods gives quick soothing sensation in the throat, effectively relieves coughs and sore throats. Woods, the cough specialist I can rely on. Tam ơi ơi tam bong ai tam ơi ơi tam.
Romokai, song bisa skor krop Woods. Romokai, song bisa skor krop Woods.
Saya. Woods sentiasa di sisi Anda.
Woods Peppermint, fast-acting formula you can trust to soothe your throat. Woods soothes your throat.
But the journey does not stop there. For the first time ever, Woods is coming to Nigeria in 2025. Woods Cough Syrup, with a strong peppermint taste and thick syrup, offers targeted solutions for your specific cough needs. Woods Peppermint Antitussive, for dry cough relief. Woods Peppermint Expectorant, for wet cough relief. Woods Lozenges, with a strong peppermint taste, provides a soothing sensation to your throat. Woods, the international expert in cough and throat care. Coming soon to Nigeria in 2025. Distributed by MedHeights Pharmaceutical.
It's actually one of the pioneer for cough syrup that divides its product variant based on the symptoms, which is we have the antitussive and the expectorant. And also we have 100 years of experience from across the globe, and we are actually produced by one of the biggest pharmaceutical company in Southeast Asia, which is Saka Pharma. And we are distributing medicine with advanced technology, so you don't have to worry about the quality of the product. And lastly, it's the peppermint taste. So our product has the strong peppermint taste, and it can relieve your throat and cure your cough or sore throat. And first here we have this cough syrup. So we have two variants. the blue one is the productive cough. It's for the wet cough, while the red one here is for the non-productive cough or dry cough. So each of these variant actually has a specific active ingredient that targets the specific type of cough, which is for the antitussive, it has the dextromethorphan and diphenhydramine, which the dextromethorphan suppress the cough, while also the diphenhydramine is relieving the itch in the throat. While for the expectorant, our active ingredient is the bromhexine and guaifenesin, where the bromhexine is when you have mucus on your cough, when you have wet cough, it actually decreases the viscosity of the mucus so it can flow more easily. And also the guaifenesin helps you to get the mucus out. And for the usage of the advised usage for the cough syrup for kids and for adult and kids above 12 years, it will be 2 teaspoons 3 times per day. While for kids from the age of 6 to 12 years old, it will be 1 teaspoon and 3 times per day. And aside, and you can see if you can see from the video I showed you earlier, our product actually has a very thick syrup and strong peppermint, and it can give a long-lasting relief from the cough. And we also not only have the cough syrup, we also have the lozenges. So this is the lozenges that we have. We sell it to wholesaler or retail in boxes like this. And for the end consumer, they will buy it in the form of sachet like this. So in one sachet, there are 6 lozenges pieces. So this lozenges is actually unique because it actually has natural antiseptic and the strong peppermint and menthol taste. So the peppermint relieves your throat and gives you a fresh breath, while the menthol is a natural antiseptic and gives you a fresh sensation. So as you can see that Woods is actually trusted by consumer all across the globe, from Malaysia, South Africa, and all the countries. And we have actually become a leading brand in many of the countries that we are in. Like now we are number 1 cough syrup in Cambodia, number 1 cough syrup in Malaysia, Myanmar, Ghana, and also top 3 in Singapore, South Africa, and Indonesia. So that's about Woods. So you can go to our booth later on to see the products, and also we have free samples for the lozenges for you if you want to try, and you can see it on our booth later on. So yeah, so we started back in New Zealand, and our goal right now is to become the number 1 solution for throat problems in Nigeria. Thank you.
And we appreciate them. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, now is the tour of the exhibition stands, and I want the powerful delegation right seated in front to lead the way. So I want the exhibitors to please get ready. Please help me get information to them to get ready to receive special guests as they come around and engage them at this point. Please, after they are done, then we can now go to join them and do 1 or 2 things with our exhibitors. Let's get contact, let's make connections. And from there, we go for our tea break. The tea break is the second hall just at the back there. I will be directed on how to go about this when we move from the exhibition stand. So, ladies and gentlemen, so we are taking a very short break right now to do these 2 very special tasks. And then we'll come back. When we come back, the keynote speaker will be speaking. And the topic is bridging gaps, integrating pharma wholesalers, distributors for medicine safety, medicine security in Nigeria. So that's the major thing we're coming back to do. And then we'll slip straight to the panel session. We also have induction of our new members. We have some new members we're inducting today. So we still have quite a number of things to do when we return from our tea break. So ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the exhibition tour. And I would like us to please give a warm round of applause as our special guests will stand and take the lead to visit the exhibition stand. Pharmacist Ochiko.
For 30 years, FIDSON Healthcare has been at the forefront of healthcare delivery in Nigeria, improving lives through innovation and quality products and services. We are committed to providing reliable, life-enhancing healthcare solutions across
So while they go, so we've spoken so much about FIDSON 30 years to counting, so we have it on the screen. So let's see the good things that's been done by FIDSON Healthcare Plc, and after that we can join them at the exhibition stand. Thank you.
Ensuring every product meets the highest standards of safety, quality, and efficacy. Our strategic growth and financial strength make FIDSON a resilient and profitable partner for investors. Through consistent innovation and sustainable expansion, we continue to deliver long-term value for shareholders. With our robust supply chain network, we ensure life-saving medicines reach those in need when they need them. Through reliable logistics channels and strategic partnerships, we guarantee efficient nationwide distribution with reputable footprints in other African countries. At FIDSON, people are our greatest asset. We foster an innovative and collaborative environment, empowering our workforce to thrive and push the boundaries in excellent service delivery. FIDSON isn't just a company, it's a great place to work and grow. For over 3 decades, FIDSON Healthcare has been committed to adding value to life. We continue to lead in manufacturing, innovation, and human capacity development, shaping Africa's healthcare future with quality and excellence.
Thank you. Yes.
we may proceed for tea break. Please, there's this other room at the back. Please, if you'd like to have tea and some snacks, please, it's time for us to go now. They're waiting for us so that we can come back and continue from where we stopped.
Pharmaceutical Wholesalers and Distributors Association of Nigeria, PWDAN, presents the Annual Conference and Exhibition 2025. Theme: Bridging Gaps, Integrating Pharma Wholesalers and Distributors for Medicine Security in Nigeria, under the chairmanship of Dr. Fidelis Ayebae, CEO, FIDSON Healthcare Plc. Special guests of honor: Pharmacist Tanko, Ayuba, Ibrahim, FPSN, MIAD, MBA, President, Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. Special guests of honor: Pharmacist Ibrahim, Babashehu, Ahmed, Registrar, Pharmacy Council of Nigeria, PCN. Keynote Speaker, Dr. Omokhudu Idogho, MD, Society for Family Health. Plenary session panelists: Mr. Femi Soremekun, MD, Biofem Group Ltd, Pharmacist Nwamaka, Ezedinma, MD, Primavie Pharmacy Ltd, Pharmacist Chidi, Dozie, MD, Dozie and Dozie's Pharmaceutical Nigeria Ltd, Mr. Ola Ijimakin, Commercial Director, FIDSON Healthcare Plc, Chief Host, Pharmacist Ochiko Omarai, PWDAN President and CEO, New Heights Pharmaceuticals. Date: Thursday 29, 2025. Venue: Radisson Blue Hotel, Ikeja, Lagos. Time: 9 a.m. This event will be broadcast live on the PharmaStream TV YouTube channel for all virtual attendees. Subscribe today to receive a notification when the event goes live. Announcer: Pharmacist Afon Adebayo Oyemi, MD, Safco Mega Solutions, PWDAN CPC. Pharmaceutical Wholesalers and Distributors Association of Nigeria, PWDAN, presents the Annual Conference and Exhibition 2025. Theme: Bridging Gaps, Integrating Pharma Wholesalers and Distributors for Medicine Security in Nigeria, under the chairmanship of Dr. Fidelis Ayebae, CEO, FIDSON Healthcare Plc. Special guests of honor: Pharmacist Tanko, Ayuba, Ibrahim, FPSN, MIAD, MBA, President, Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. Special guests of honor: Pharmacist Ibrahim, Babashehu, Ahmed, Registrar, Pharmacy Council of Nigeria, PCN. Keynote Speaker, Dr. Omokhudu Idogho, MD, Society for Family Health. Plenary session panelists: Mr. Femi Soremekun, MD, Biofem Group Ltd, Pharmacist Nwamaka, Ezedinma, MD, Primavie Pharmacy Ltd, Pharmacist Chidi, Dozie, MD, Dozie and Dozie's Pharmaceutical Nigeria Ltd, Mr. Ola Ijimakin, Commercial Director, FIDSON Healthcare Plc, Chief Host, Pharmacist Ochiko Omarai, PWDAN President and CEO, New Heights Pharmaceuticals. Date: Thursday 29, 2025. Venue: Radisson Blue Hotel, Ikeja, Lagos. Time: 9 a.m. This event will be broadcast live on the PharmaStream TV YouTube channel for all virtual attendees. Subscribe today to receive a notification when the event goes live. Announcer: Pharmacist Afon Adebayo Oyemi, MD, Safco Mega Solutions, PWDAN CPC.
That's mine. Thank you very much. Please, let's be seated. Please, if you are for us, we need you to come back and be part of us. We're starting with the second segment of the event right about now. Please help me send message to people outside. If you are for us, please, let's be seated. We need to move on. Our time is really fast spent. The tea break was supposed to be about 10-15 minutes. So please, let's be seated. Now we'll be moving swiftly to the keynote speaker, the keynote address. And I don't want us to be moving around while he's speaking. So please, if you're for the PWDAN conference, please help me invite every one of our members that are not back in the hall to please come in. We need to move on. Our time is really fast spent. It's tea break. We still have a proper lunch coming up. So please don't get too loaded. Lunch is still going to be served. So please, I want to assure us that this particular second part will be very fast. We don't want to take our comment for granted. So make it swift as fast as possible. So I announced the other time that the SPN National Chairman was on his way from Abuja, and we are glad to announce that he's with us physically. Please, a round of applause for Pharmacist Ambrose, the National Chairman, ACPN, is with us. A round of applause for him. Thank you very much. We celebrate you, sir. I think I also saw Pharmacist Ikonyechi, the CEO of Alpha Pharmacy. I saw him. I don't know if he's still around. And some very, very big and mighty people in the pharmacy industry. Thank you very much for joining us. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we don't want to keep us waiting. For those that are not with us, we join us as we move on with the rest of the program. So ladies and gentlemen, up next is the keynote address. And our speaker is the Managing Director of Society for Family Health, Dr. Omokhudu Idogho. He's not physically available, but he has sent a powerful representation, and we're honored to invite Pharmacist Dennis Azobo. Please, a round of applause for him as he comes forward to speak about bridging gaps, integrating pharma wholesalers distribution for medicine security in Nigeria. Please, a round of applause for Pharmacist Dennis.
All right. I think it's afternoon, and I would like to. I know in Abuja we always say stand on the existing protocol. So for this afternoon, I would like to align with the already established protocol. The simple reason is that I don't want to mix protocol, so that my elders and a lot of people whom I actually respect that are here would not be offended. It's also an honor to stand on behalf of the Group Managing Director of Society for Family Health to actually speak to us this afternoon. Quite an interesting topic, integrating pharma wholesalers and distributors for medicine security. I think there's no better time to talk about this than this present dispensation. And so my next slide, we simply look at why this conversation is important. I'm so happy that a number of the speakers that spoke earlier on and that gave their goodwill messages has in one way or the other touched different aspects of my slide. So I guess what I'm going to do this afternoon is to provoke some sort of thoughts and conversations within us. And to let's look at why it's important and why it must continue to be very, very important as we talk about this. I'm actually speaking on behalf of Dr. Omokhudu Idogho, so whatever you see or hear, assume that it is his voice that you are hearing. But I recall that as a young pharmacist and as a young person, a number of the challenges that we are enumerating today has always been there. Has the needle moved? I think so. But could it have been better? My answer to that is yes. And I want to believe that it is in alignment with those discussions that PWDAN and this very conference is taking place. So what are the issues? First and foremost, security is beyond just the guns that we talk about. Security is beyond just the kidnapping on the street. We must look at security from a holistic point of view. And if we talk about a holistic point of view for security, then medicine security is an essential part of that. We must all also remember that one of the factors that fuel a number of this insecurity is that once you have a skewed distribution system, the perpetrators of those crimes will continue to have access to some sort of predisposing factor or eliciting factors that will help to perpetuate those discussions. So you could see why we must talk about that. The second issue is around COVID. I think that we may seem to have forgotten, but COVID experience was just a few years ago, and it must continue to remind us of why, as a country, we must continue to secure ourselves and secure our borders. It was at a point where even if you had the money, you couldn't access healthcare. And countries became more protective. So when I hear people shout and then talk about Trump, America first, COVID actually demonstrated that every country actually, when it is time, you must bear your father's name. And if you must bear your father's name, then we must start from a particular point to begin to look at it. We have fragmented pharmaceutical distribution system. That has been said severally in different ways, whether jokingly or seriously. And once you look at the fragmented or the distorted pharma distribution in Nigeria, then it becomes apparent that we must find a solution. I heard Ochuku when he was saying that in his place, when they want to call for drug, he would think. I'm sure you are thinking because your parents live in an urban area. If your parents were in the village, or you have an aunt in the village who demands or desires healthcare, I'm very, very sure that you may not know anybody to call mistakenly. And the only opportunity he has is that he will walk up to any available shop to buy whatever is in that place. And if he buys whatever is in that place, God forbid, which has always been our prayer, but unfortunately, if we don't do anything to help it, he or she would have bought chalk. You have sent money, but you have not solved the problem. And so it's a cycle that has continued to repeat itself. So it's important that in the healthcare value chain and in the pharmaceutical distribution space, PWDAN plays a critical role in it, whether we see it intrinsically or we look at it from an external point of view. And I've come to a point as a Nigerian where I think that we must continue to take our destinies by our hands and make moves irrespective of how little those contributions will be. Because if we don't make those little contributions and we keep giving the same excuses that we have done, we will continue to experience the same thing. So for the last several years in School of Pharmacy, we have been told fragmented distribution system. If those who are still studying today, they will teach them fragmented distribution system. Those that will enter in 10 years' time, if we don't do anything, they will still teach them fragmented distribution system. When are we going to remove the fragmented? It's a question that we must all answer. And I'm happy that the president of PSN is here, my president. I'm also very happy that the registrar is here. And I must commend that, because one of the challenges I've had with government or policymakers is that when we organize programs like this, they come, they give you goodwill messages, and they go. And my position on that is that I'd rather not have them than for them to come and give goodwill messages and go. The simple reason that the meat of the discussions that will help their engagement and policy directions, they don't hear it. And once they don't hear it, they will continue in the same drive that they've always been, because a number of us may not have access to them to begin to make some of this contribution. So how could we have spoken a lot about this? I just picked this quote from the Vanguard newspaper, which was one of the very first comments that our president made when he became president of PSN. And he said that fake drugs kills thousands, yet offenders are walking what? Free. They are not arrested. Their shops are not closed down. They are making more money. Why? Because of the fragmented system we talk about. I also picked this quote from the Vanguard newspaper. It said, merchant of debt in trillion naira fake drug business. So you could see why the system is fragmented. And I decided to bring this data to tell us that wherever there is money, people want to kill for it. The pharma industry is a big-time industry. It's a big-time global business. And from a global point of view, you could see that it's over a $1.2 trillion business, which is big money. You could see in terms of margins, I know that if I say 30% margin, all the PWDAN people will say, no, we don't do more than 10%. But the average in the retail industry globally recommended is about 30%. So that means that it's a high margin or a high profit industry. And if you look at the cost of the entire scape, I'm sure my mentor here will say that almost 50% of the drug is actually the cost of the drug itself without looking at other components. So it therefore means that if we must produce drugs at a more affordable rate, we must think about scale. And if we must think about scale, that's where you play a critical role in how we build that scale and in how we ensure that those scales are generated. So you could also see that despite the fact that it's a big market, it's a big business, the money is skewed. And so when you hear multinationals leave the country and we're all lamenting, it's because of some of the data you are seeing here. That of all this money we talk about, 60% is polarized between Europe and America. And a very tiny portion is here with us in the sub-Saharan Africa. And we must also understand that's a number of the reasons why a lot of the persons who are head up in Geneva are in those conversations. And I will talk about it because it's important you get to hear. But what we have available in terms of all of this is that generic constitutes a major part of what we are being traded or what we receive in this part of the globe. So let's begin to look at Nigeria. And I wanted to show us this picture so we understand the scale of where we play and how important that is for us. That despite the fact that in Africa is about a $25 billion business, only about 10 countries contribute to 75% of this entire money. Egypt, Algeria, South Africa, of course, your country, Nigeria, our dear country, Nigeria, is part of it, significantly because of our population. But what is driving that particular one is that it's built around strong generics. And once you look at it, because as we begin to take a deep dive, we'll begin to understand a number of the factors and where we need to play. I think it's also important that we begin to project futuristically and say over the years before now. So that's why I said, have we moved the needle? Yes. Communicable diseases used to be the drivers of pharmaceutical uptake. But you could agree with me that within the urban areas or in some sort of areas, and because of education, issues around hygiene is beginning to improve. And what is that leading that? The burden of disease is changing. And by 2030, the burden of disease will significantly change to where you now have non-communicable diseases driving uptake of pharmaceuticals as we begin to progress. A number of reasons. We have a significant population that is young, but they are aging. And then we are also beginning to look at a significant touch or discussion around child spacing and all of that. So that would kind of help to see how those patterns and those disease issues will change. So this is just to further illustrate what I've spoken about earlier on, which talks about the pharmaceutical market, 75% of course driving it. And we have said that 70 to 90% of them are coming from India and China. And of course with Europe and America contributing a small value. If we look at this slide and we look at this information, you could also see that a very, very dynamic part is that we have low healthcare funding. Availability is an issue. Regulatory environment is an issue. I know regulation has improved, but we'll talk about regulatory environments squarely so that we can begin to see regulatory environment broader than the way it's been seen. And I'm sure the regulators will also understand much more than this. A significant portion or challenge, which when the chairman spoke and said just a pronouncement by the minister, significantly changed the pharma market in Nigeria. But I've also said that we've actually not also improved how distribution within Africa works. If you have ever tried to play trade within Africa or within West Africa, you know that it's easier to go to Europe than to trade within West Africa. First, we don't have the infrastructure, and we don't even think of developing the infrastructure. If you want to move, FIDSON has a large pharmaceuticals. I'm sure if he wants to export to any of the West African countries, going by road is terrible. It will take almost 2 months for your product to move from Nigeria to another English country like Sierra Leone, because the routes and the border challenges are significantly very difficult. If you want to go by ship, most of us don't invest in logistics within the sea. So it's also coming from Europe. Your product will go to Europe first, and then when it starts coming back, before it now starts distributing, you're actually paying twice. And in the way that logistics shipping is calculated for Africa, for Nigeria especially, our pricing is as if we're a war-torn country. And so we pay exorbitantly higher than most European countries will pay. There are a myriad of challenges, and if we don't begin to look at how all of this interplay and how all of this is driving or fueling both the need for the wrong persons to be in the business and the need for us to regulate the market, we will continue to drive what we have. So, medicine security in Nigeria is clear. Over-dependent on imports. 70% of the medicines in Nigeria are imported. Apart from now that the government is trying to put processes and policies in place to see how we can begin to overturn it. Any country that cannot provide 70% of, we're not talking about the entire medicine, we're saying the essential medicines. You can't provide 70% of it, you are at the mercy of wherever countries we have. So that's why we have a lot of the challenge and the problem we keep discussing. We've talked about the chaotic supply chain, the distribution, poor distribution system, poor data. Of course, no tracking. Tracking is almost zero. If we take a look and then further begin to remove the surface, you will also begin to agree with me that we have suboptimal access and unequitable distribution of medicine. Like I said, 10% of all your available opportunity to distribute is actually in Lagos. I also quietly but boldly say that I'm even sure that you have more of your PWDAN members in Lagos, whether as an association or in terms of your distribution network. Most of your activities are centered around Lagos. Sometimes we forget places like Zamfara. We forget places like Kebbi. Those are places that, if you look at what the data is saying, your total number of pharmacists in that state, apart from those that work in the FMCs, I'm sure the registrar may begin to look at his data, registered in the license. They are not up to 50. They are even not up to 30. I'm trying to be very exorbitant with numbers. So how do you meet the needs? How do you drive that? And if we don't look at it from that holistic point, we'll keep looking at it from a myopic and what I call a microeconomic point of view. And then we are not able to provide an adequate solution that will drive the problem. Most of us sit in Lagos, Abuja, Port Harcourt, where you have access to high-quality drugs and services. But I'm from a village in Edo State, where in my village, the biggest and the highest medicine provider is either a CHU or a patent medicine vendor. Who does not have access to most of us who are seated here? And so it calls for us to look at it. We talk about proliferation of unregulated wholesalers and open market. This has been an issue, and it will continue to be an issue until we take a very critical decision on how we want to solve this problem. And the solution must come from every stakeholder, including governments, regulators, and the political will that is required to address this issue. We can laugh, we can joke, but I can tell you that some of the barriers you have contributed to could have been avoided. And that's one of the biggest reasons. There's limited, because we all contribute to a barrier. If anybody dies now, if you don't, unfortunately, you can't travel because of insecurity. And the reason is that they have access to tramadol. And once you can't travel, you will send them that money. If you can travel, you will take the risk and pray that you are not kidnapped on the road. So you can see how you are contributing to that if we don't begin to find a way to address it. There's also limited tracing or monitoring of pharmacovigilance or adverse drug reaction. No, I practically experienced this almost a few weeks ago. And this is a personal experience. My wife took one of these drugs, and before you could see, I saw some kind of reactions that I read in the books, but I've never seen. Steven Johnson syndrome. But you can't have, so if professionals like us don't begin to put those systems in place, and we don't have all of these, people would have different reactions and walk away. I'm sure if we remove some of our shares, we may see some reactions because of the drugs we are taking, but never reported. Because we buy these from unregulated markets. I talked about limited regulation and enforcement, and a worst part of this is that poor demand-side financing. Poor demand-side financing. And it's important we begin to talk about all of these discussions. So let's take it one after the other. We talked about chaotic drug distribution. Sometimes there are too many players on the chain. And the implication of the too many players on the chain is that the cost of medicines at the end of the day becomes too expensive. From the manufacturer to the market authorization holder, to a wholesaler or a distributor, to a sub-wholesaler, to a sub-wholesaler, to a retailer, to an individual, which our chairman spoke about, that we are all traders. So that's why you see in the backs of everybody, they carry one sort of drug or another. Maxed up. We had a study that we did in 2018, 2019. We realized that most people, before they get their drugs, they actually paid over 100% markup on the cost of those drugs, which are not actually supposed to be. So we could see how that is an issue. I've spoken about this. We've talked about the presence of the open markets. And whether we accept that or not, they are an easy channel for counterfeiting and faking. The simple reason that they provide a ready market. They don't have an understanding that you have. As far as they are concerned, it's trade, it's business, it's exchange. And that's why I talked about the depth and the quantum of finance that is available within the pharma industry. You want to take a piece of $25 billion. And so some people can do anything to actually take a piece of that. So Lagos Idumota, Sabongari market, Kano, and I'm happy that government is beginning to do something in Sabongari market in Kano. But my other worry is that I hope the new place they have moved them to is actually adequately regulated. So when I say regulation and enforcement, we're even saying, even when they move them or they close those markets, do we have a system in place to ensure that the mega centers or the consolidated markets that are being advocated is actually well regulated, so that we will not solve one problem and create a bigger problem, which has always been most of our approach to solve problems in Nigeria. I mean, look at what this says. The Idumota market in Nigeria has been described as one of the largest markets in the world, in which manufacturers sell directly to traders, and from there they sell across West Africa. It will shock you to know that most products, whether from Idumota or Onitsha, find their way across Central Africa to East Africa and then across West Africa. I remember when the AMFM project was being implemented, and I was one of the key drivers behind the scene in terms of the AMFM project. It was one of the reasons why we went and said, don't buy the one that doesn't have the green leaf, which was specific for Nigeria. We saw those products as far as DRC. How did it get there? Poor regulation. How are the fake and counterfeiting products coming into the country? Is also regulation. So in each place, I try to pick some quotes which are linked to a number of persons here. And you could see that, yes, NAFDAC, PCN order relocating of drug market in Kano. Great news. That happened last year. We could also see a number of all of this. In February this year, there was a lot of shouts. Idumota, Lagos, Onitsha. And I must commend NAFDAC for having that brevity to close those three markets at the same time. What that tells me is that if they want to regulate, they actually have the capacity to do it. It's whether we have the political will to do that is a challenge. And if we don't sit down like this to actually understand the gravity of the problem, we will continue to be in trouble. A critical part, and why I decided to talk about the chaotic distribution system, is healthcare financing. A situation where healthcare financing in Nigeria is predominantly private is a big problem. A situation where about 70% of healthcare spending is out-of-pocket payment will continue to drive this problem. It's only about 15% of some Nigerians, sorry, I said 15, 5%. And those 5% include most of you here. Because if we look at most of you here, you are in one form of private healthcare or another, either paid for by the company or paid for by where you work. And we are among the privileged few. The problem most times that we have is that we are beclouded by our sense of comfort, that we don't actually look beyond the comfort to understand that there's a 75% of Nigerians that do not have access to any form of healthcare financing. And so the only way they have their healthcare financing is that they go to an Emeka beside their house and say, give me 100 naira miss. And say, give me 500 naira drug. I will pay 200 naira today. And give me the next market day to pay the balance. So because most of us are not at the grassroots level, we don't understand what is happening to be able to provide a solution that will address it holistically. Or else we'll keep looking at the 5% of the market, which is where all of us here are playing. Now, if we don't go beyond that, trouble is coming. Now, look at that in comparison with a number of the developed countries. You could also realize that there is a long way to go. So, I've kind of answered my next slide already because I've been asking some questions, which I believe that I've answered. One is, we can't wait. It's a call to action. Currently, 1 in 4 drugs on Nigerian shelves may be substandard. For those of us who are MAH holders and importers here or manufacturers, I can almost assure you that your fast-moving lines are being faked and counterfeited every day. The reason you cannot shout is that the day you shout, your product will stop selling. So regulators, that's why we are not shouting. The day I shout, because when I shout, you do a press briefing. And in the press briefing, you name my drugs. Nigerians will not buy it anymore. So I am toiled in between the line. Do I continue to manage the little I'm getting? Hoping that one day the regulators will wake up. And so that's why my appeal to PWDAN Annual is that your next conference, please make sure that NAFDAC, PCN are seated on this table all through. But not only NAFDAC, PCN, customs needs to be here. Immigration needs to be here. Police need to be here. Because when you talk about health security, most times people look at security from a military point of view, but don't understand the fact that PCN and NAFDAC are all part of the paramilitary or the security architecture of the country. And once they are not all here singing the same song, everybody is at variance. Once they don't hear this message that we are preaching, PCN has heard, they might take some step. But police is not here. Custom is not here. Who allows those things in? Custom. Which road do they pass? Police. NCDC. So So for me as pharmacists, our engagement should go beyond just talking to ourselves. But our engagement should be broad-based enough to bring everybody to the table, so that we can begin to understand the enormity of the task at hand. So as we look further, even if you're a retailer here, you came to listen, I'm sorry, 25% of the drugs you have may be counterfeited. Even as a pharmacist, because you don't have any means to verify what you have in your pharmacy. What else? I've talked about loss of life, and I've talked about how we are contributing to fuel this business, because we all support burials of our uncles, our aunts, our cousins, our neighbors, sometimes colleagues, friends, schoolmates. They are all part of it. Why will you take an anti-malaria? It will not work. It's not just because there's therapeutic failure. It could also be because you are consuming what has not helped your diagnosis. We must think about it. We don't talk about the economic drain. Whether substandard or faked is bought in dollars. So import costs plus inefficiency equals billion. And you say Naira is 1,600 and that Tinubu is not, Tinubu said is wrong. Sometimes I hope we know that we're all contributing to this. Because you are fueling that business, your money will continue to, there's pressure on the dollar, and it will continue to rise. Again, is a call to what? Action. You see, painkillers and anti-malarials are the most sold items at Nigerian pharmacy. We must begin to look critically on how we must solve this problem. So, let's begin to take a look, because I try to provide the fact that the solution must be both local with global approach. I am not an advocate of copy and paste. I'm an advocate of looking at what can work for us, because a number of times the solution we have is that we go to Geneva and they bring a solution that is not domesticated and is not homegrown. And that's why we struggle in most of the policies that we put in place. So we must improve local production, and there must be policy direction. We must look at technology. We must look at demand-side financing. Regulators across must begin to look at how to improve regulatory oversight. Please, we must all be involved in public health education. It's not meant for one person. It's meant for every one of us. Supply chain efficiencies and the role of PWDAN. I will spend 2 slides to provoke a number of your partners here to see that you have a critical role to play more than what a number of other players will play in this sector. Because you are trained, you have the license, you took the oath. Unfortunately, because you have taken an oath, you must respond to that oath, Abi. The people you are fighting did not take any oath. And so that's the difference. You are bound by oaths, you are bound by the law. You are playing against people who have no law guiding their practice. So how do you fight? Very important. And so we must look at it. So let's begin to look at first in terms of local production and policy direction. Our chairman spoke very passionately about government direction. I think for once, for me as a player and somebody who I cannot say I'm so young again in the profession, I could hear some noise and I could hear some discussions around policy direction. Whether it's going to come to pass, we will take stock in the next 2 years. But for the first time, there are conversations on the table, which is aimed at improving local production of drugs. For the first time, there's a direction in that respect. And for that, we must all be willing and ready to support the presidential initiative for unlocking the healthcare value chain. And a number of what they are looking at is transformation of the healthcare value chain. So I think, and I suggest that PWDAN should engage Dr. Mukhtar. Dr. Mukhtar should be in your next meeting. He should sit down in this hall, listen to you, and then you share your ideas with him. Because you will help him. And unfortunately, this is the first block of what he is supposed to achieve. If you look at what government has asked him to do, the very first on it is healthcare value. What's happening? Please, you can place commercials here. And I want you to actually see it. So that's one. 2 is job creation and economic growth. I don't know any of you that can run a distribution system that will not have more than 5 staff. At least yourself. They will pay you, Abi. your procurement manager, your one or two sales staff, and a security. So it means that if we look at the multiplicity of what we are doing, we're actually meant to contribute to the GDP of this country. And so once you look at it from that perspective, then it's easier for us to begin to understand. Then domestic manufacturing capacity. Yes, we have, and thank God for the fixings and the Enzos of this world. Sometimes, if they are not available, I would wonder what kind of capacity would we build in any area. Because the only thing we would have just ended up doing, as everybody that went to pharmacy school, is to just do extemporaneous preparation. Just put it in one small mortar and pestle, and turn it, and give them out. But this is helping, and this would help to begin to look at domestic manufacturing capacity. We talked about, and until we get here, we'll not talk about improved access and quality of healthcare. I'm spending time to talk about local production because at least this would help to even significantly reduce the counterfeiting that is coming out from outside of the country in one way or another. By the time it comes to scale, it's a financial decision. You must understand that counterfeiters make business and financial decisions. This product is 1,000 naira. I can bring it and sell for 800 naira. But if we do scale and we all contribute to it, and then at a local price, it is now 300-400 naira. I hope you know that the ability or the ingenuity. First, I also think that it's a creative mind. I wish they could tailor it very well. To take my product, bring exactly the same package of everything. The only difference is that what is inside is not what I'm selling. So that ingenuity would begin to die down naturally. And the energy will be channeled towards another direction. That's why, for me, we must encourage, support local production in any way or in any form. Because it's one way if we think that Nigeria is our country. But if we all want to run away, and I love that, kill it, get the money, and get out. But just know that in 50 years' time, your children will have no country to come back to. Because what we have seen, if we don't begin to address it, what is coming is going to be worse. We are all sitting on a keg of gunpowder. And when it comes, all of us here will be part of the people they will massacre. You know the reason? They don't have the kind of suit that you are wearing. Your suits are looking fine. And if you can wear this suit, you have money. You know, sometimes I always paint this picture to people in Abuja. We all live in Abuja, and we have 3 sets of workers that we're all employing. No skill. Our gate men, our house helps. When those people are 50 and unemployable by you, what would they do? Have you ever thought of that? Because right now they are 20, 25, 30. When they are 50 and they have 7 children, because birth rate is 7.6 among them, what will happen to you? Yes, in the northwest and in the northeast, birth rate is about between 5 to 7.6 children per woman. Yes, that's what the data is saying. Because we are in Lagos, where it's about 3 child per woman, we think that that's how Nigeria is. Nigeria is not what most of us see in Lagos. Nigeria is not what most of us see in Maitama and Asokore in Abuja. Nigeria is deeper than that. And so I needed to pen that. We must talk about cross-sectoral collaboration and partnership. And that's why I talked about why NAFDAC, why police, why NCDC, they must all sit on the table. Not just their health personnel, but key people that can take decisions and drive policy. Because a registrar being on this table, I'm very happy. And that's why I'm even taking my time to explain a number of these things. Because it will enable him see it differently from the way he has seen it before. He can take those decisions. And I think that PWDAN has that convening power to bring people to the table. And that's what we must think about. So let's look at what executive order implementation. I'm glad it's been signed, and there are ongoing implementation around it. There's a new bill on local content. How do we begin to maximize the opportunity that provides for us? You know, it has always been there that 25% must be sourced. But have we engaged government? Have you engaged? Every state is forming a DMA now. I think PWDAN has a role to begin to engage the DMAs in all the states and see how, through these DMAs, we can begin to actualize this. We are talking about mega distribution center. I think we should begin to look at those policy directions and how we can actually crowd out the fakers in the market and begin to engage. Sometimes we leave issues to others to take advantage. And then when it comes out, it becomes too late. So I remember when they were selling the shops in the Kano centers, a number of them approached. If we buy, I simply told them, because I run the sustainable business arm of SFA, well, that's not the definition of our business. But if I were a business person in this direction, I think it would have bought. Those things were sold for less than 10 million at that point in time. As of January last year, when they closed the market, it jumped from 15 to 33 million per shop. I think that right now, those shops are well over 50 million. So we need to begin to, why I'm saying this to all of us here is that the entry barrier is low now. By the time they move them to those markets, you can't enter, it becomes so high. I will begin to cry. We can look at it from playing both at that point and playing from our point of advantage right now in terms of the facilities and the structures that we provide. There's a new National Health Insurance Act, which is supposed to make, if you have a certain number of employees, to make national health insurance mandatory for everyone. And I think it's important that we look at what does that act say. What are allowed and how do we engage to ensure that in the implementation, I have 5 minutes. I need to run now. And then the last two was the reason why most people are in Geneva. Donor procurement, I think is a big opportunity that we have missed. But the tides have changed. What is happening globally? What's the new global aid direction? I saw an organization, I don't want to mention their name, that are already hobnobbing with the new donors because they know that low, medium income countries like this, their problem is access. And the donors are looking in their direction. What they want to do is simply what you are doing. Give us the money, we'll buy this drug and bring them to Africa. I need you to go and read about it and see what the organization is trying to do. Until we begin to see those kind of policies and play. Technology, we can't talk too much about technology. But so because of my time, we must understand that technology plays a critical role. And now we can begin to use technology, both in terms of track and trace, but also in terms of how we can begin to deploy it to solve our business across the supply chain. Where I really wanted to spend time is here. That's the pharma distribution supply chain in Nigeria. But you can see that your role is critical because you are actually the bridge that ensures that the producers and the and the customers actually get the value that their money is for. And if we don't look at it in that direction, we'll begin to miss those opportunities. So you play a critical role. You are gatekeepers of quality. You are gatekeepers of price. You are gatekeepers to ensure that there is availability. I think that some of us should think our business as scale. And those scale will mean that we need to collaborate. Those scale will mean that we need to, so I find some things interesting in Africa. We all want to be small CEOs rather than be a part of a big-time player. And that's our own problem. We don't think of how can the 7 of us on this table actually run something bigger than us. You know what I fear? When the old pharmacists die, their business are dead. And I saw a live example of it in February when I was in Lagos. I know 2 to 3 of the pharmaceutical companies that were set up in the 80s. Their children who are pharmacists are refusing to run the business. Some are abroad and they have to take their father away. Have you noticed that that's what the Indians are coming to buy over in Nigeria? I know 2 that were sold in this Lagos in February. One is a 75-year-old man. He can't take care of himself. The children asked him to sell, and they moved their father to Canada. One died last year. The children are actually offering up those companies for sale at about 1.5 billion naira. So some of the things you are working for, those children will sell it to. If you're a Christian here, seller. I will not talk more than that. Public health education. I think that a part of our profits and a part of our work should be dedicated to public health education. I feel that pharmacists are not making noise enough. And the reason you are not making noise enough is that you don't know that you have the capacity and the ability to make noise. And it's worse because you are not ready to spend 10% of your profit to make noise. You want to keep all your profit in your pocket. If you make those noise, you make more money. Public health education, whether through media or through one-on-one campaign, if you don't go in that direction, pharmacists will keep speaking this grammar. You know, there's a deception in the school of pharmacy that if you're a pharmacist, you are rich. I thought of that until I graduated. I now realize that that's a myth. You need to work, you need to do the work to have the money. So that's why when people graduate, you will think they will price you very high until when you finish NYSC. Even your colleague will price you kobo. Until you finish NYSC. And we need to have that understanding. I talked about we are not engaging enough, so we are excluded in policy and regulatory integration. You are not on the table. PSN president, pharmacists are not on the table. We speak to ourselves. You are not on the table. When the meat is being shared, nobody will keep for who is not around. I have been in the development space for over 22 years. My first 10 years in the development space, I may just be the only pharmacist in a group of 30 doctors. What will one voice say when it comes to voting? Because when they are writing, and there's a stakeholders meeting to validate what is being written, because your voice is not there, you will contribute only one. But I'm happy that PCN has created a department that is engaging. And I think Registrar should further enrich that department because there's enormous tax. Sorry, sir, because I know PCN very well. I feel that only 3 people cannot engage with a number of activities because you need to be on the HIV table, you need to be on the reproductive health table, you need to be on the malaria table, you need to be on the health financing table, you need to be on the policy direction table. I think that NAFDAC should do the same because healthcare is in the concurrent list, but drug is in the exclusive list. And these are the 2 organizations responsible for drug in Nigeria. So on every table, whether economics, whether health, whether education, whether women, we must have an opportunity to sit on that table and contribute to decision making. So it also means that PWDAN should be ready to pay for it. I hope you know that the biggest lobbyists in America are pharmaceutical companies. It is what they call Ghana must go in Nigeria. It is because we have not defined it in the way it is. We see Ghana must go is lobbying in America. Lobbying is more expensive than Ghana must go. You need to be on the table. The only pharmacist that is a senator, why is he not here? Senator, I know him. He used to work with, we joined SFH together at the same time. Why is he not on this table? Sadiq, Umar, we both joined together. Most of us don't even know. You are hearing for the first time. Sorry. So it means that we are also not what? Playing at the big level. We're just playing small. That's why we only circulate ourselves. All the conferences I've been is the same face that I've been seeing. So I wanted to shake the table, and I've succeeded in shaking the table. So this is the route to go. It will strengthen technology for traceability and pharmacovigilance. It will reduce wastage and loss of revenue by government. It will facilitate price control. Quality will be better guaranteed. It will help to reduce inflow of counterfeits and ensures accountability. It will help us in terms of data integration and reporting. From a development point of view, the worst set of professionals to work with are pharmacists. Always busy, but busy for the wrong thing. Busy chasing stock out. The reason you are chasing stock out is that you don't have a system and a process in place. So when they invite you for a meeting, you are not there. When they say produce reports, it is not there. Registrar can speak to this. Our data are nowhere. Where are your data on the number of HIV patients you have reached? Where are your data on the number of TB drugs that you have distributed from your place? Who do you send it to? Do you know that there's an HMI system in this country that you can even give to the local government where your office is and give them and ask them to be uploading for you every month or every quarter? We don't know. Lagos does LMD distribution every quarter and they collect those data. But the reason I want government to be here is that government should know that they are not government for public health. They are government for public and private health. So please, It will support GDP growth and macroeconomic outputs. And we must begin to look at our business from a GDP perspective and from a macroeconomic perspective, not just from a survivor perspective. We must begin to look at how this supports national strategic plan and the national security efforts. See, kidnapping and bandits is not ready to go. Don't deceive yourself. We will place 50% of the road that we key that in. Because we don't have data, that's why we think it's a government problem. Those people smoke petrol, they smoke weed, they take tramadol, they take everything that they miss all the drugs you produce to hide themselves. We must continue to support local production. So I'm an advocate for supporting local products, local production. Okay, my mentor, you give me small money for this advert, so I don't do so. And it's a way to support our strategic assets. So the long-term effect of all I've said is why I'm happy that Cameroon is here. The market is actually beyond Nigeria. Nigeria market is the entire West African chain. We will not only begin to drive the conversation, but we'll begin to drive how we can improve regional logistics. Because if we have enough, then the issue of investing in logistics across West Africa now becomes easy. Somebody can now look at the logistic business as something I need to invest in because there's enough market for it. And what that is that there's integration, there's what? Logistic hub. And this is just trying to see the numbers and things that we can achieve. And then we can also begin to see that we become benchmark and we're able to, there's too many gain. And I don't have time. So I just want to speak a little bit about us. Just give me 2 minutes. A number of us don't know that we're a 42-years-old organization that was started by what we call 3 eminent Nigerians, led by the late Justice Ifeanyi Nzyako, who, after they came back from Beijing conference, she was then the international vice president for International Women's Federation, looked at this same problem that we have today and reached out to his friend, the late Professor Olikoye Ransome-Kuti, who was not then the Minister of Health. He was the head of the Institute of Child Health in Lagos, and reached out to another friend called Malam Dahiru Wali, a pharmacist, the first northern pharmacist in Nigeria. Those 3 musketeers that we call them in the office planted a seed called SFH today, 42 years old. As at the last time I checked before coming to this meeting, we have almost 3,000 staff working with us. Of those 3,000, none is their children. The ownership of SFH today is not in their hands. Why am I trying to say that? That your business must be big enough to last for another 42 years to create that impact. And those little things they've done is what is driving all of this that we have continued to do. Regional pharmaceutical trade integration, local production for consumables. We produce water guard that we sell now in Nigeria. Those are our own little way to contribute to it. We are looking at how do you create access to lifestyle drug at a lower price. One of the things we had done, so at a point you notice that Novartis came with access medicines. So I'm just driving that. It was a negotiation we had with them. I was at the core of that negotiation to ensure that everybody who has a non-communicable disease can manage it at $1 price as at then. But unfortunately, their business model changed and everything scattered. So if we had a local partnership to have done that with and guarantee volumes through you and of course across West Africa, I'm sure if I go to fix it with a business proposal, these are the millions that you are guaranteed in terms of forecast and production, then I can negotiate price. And so that's why he said, if 10 of you can come together and go to negotiate price, once he's guaranteed on volume, he can drop the price. Because machines need to run for 24 hours. It's only in Nigeria that they do morning shift and they don't work in the night. If you go to most of the companies that supply us, those machines work for 24 hours, 11 months, and 1 week. So anybody who has a factory that is not running for 24 hours for 11 months is actually underproducing. And you are wasting money, you are wasting time, you are wasting capacities. So if you don't understand how the industry works, we'll keep looking at this small, so that we can have FIDSON grow bigger, and we can have many more companies like this. So those are part of the things we do. We are beginning to look at pharma logistics and see how we can provide those services that will drive that. Of course, issues around supporting government to unlock the regulatory chain, and then we'll continue to foster technology incubation. So, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, friends, pharmacists, PWDAN members, I know you know all that I have said before. I've just come to remind you that a lot of the things we think is government that will do it actually lie within our table. Nigeria is the only place where we sit down and pray for God to help us. We sit down and wait for government to help. Sometimes let's engage and take the battle to them. It may cause some change. It may cost you time. It may make you poor for a short while. But on the long run, I'm sure you'll be richer. Thank you.
Wow. I think he deserves a standing ovation. He has shattered the table. And he took the table away. Thank you, Pharmacist Dennis Azobo. We appreciate you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Wow. Wow. That was thought-provoking. Please, one more time, a round of applause for him. Thank you. All right, so quickly, I would like to specially invite it was seated at the back. I just want him to join us in front. Pharmacist Ambrose, please, your seat is in front, sir. I forgot, so I should have brought you forward. Please, a round of applause for him, the National Chairman of Association of Community Pharmacists. Just flew in from Abuja. Please, let's celebrate my Oga. You're welcome, sir. And we're also honored to have in our midst the Chairman of Lagos State Association of Community Pharmacy, ACPN Lagos Pharmacist, Ola Ijimakin. Please, a round of applause for him. I want you to wave very well so they can see you. Sir, please stand up very well. Let them see you. Today is his birthday. Please, a round of applause for him. Can we sing the birthday song for him quickly? Happy birthday to you. Please come forward so they can see you. To you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. May the good Lord bless you. May the good Lord bless you. May the good Lord bless you. Pharmacist Olu. May the good Lord bless you. Hip, hip, hip. Hip, hip, hip. Finally, hip, hip, hip. Congratulations. Please go and take presidential handshake. Yes, our president is around. Yes, that's your birthday gift. And a special picture. Please, birthday picture. Post so that the photographer can capture this moment with the registrar and the birthday boy. Congratulations, sir. Thank you. Also, we want to specially recognize the Permanent Secretary, Lagos State Health Management Agency, LASHMA, Dr. Emanuela Zamba, ably represented by Pharmacist Tolashe Adeoluwa. Please, a round of applause. Thank you very much for joining us. All right, so quickly, our time is fast spent. We are moving swiftly to the panel session, but just before that, we have an induction that we quickly want to carry out for our new members. And just to let you know that we are picking members from all parts of Nigeria. We're inducting Kimsey Pharmaceuticals from Rivers State. Please, a round of applause for Kimsey. We have Air Pharma Limited from Kano State. Please, a round of applause. We also have Remy Resource Limited from Rivers State. Please, a round of applause. We are honored to have God's Glorious and Pharmacy from Oyo State. A round of applause. Today we are inducting Avista Healthcare Limited from Lagos. And last but not the least, Drugstock E-Hub Limited, Lagos. Please, a round of applause for all our new inductees. And I'd like to invite the chairman of PWDAN to please come forward and invite the registrar to carry out this process quickly before we move to the panel session. Please, all the members are invited. Please, I would like you to please step out. And if you want to join PWDAN, you know what to do. You want to join. Please, all the list I called, I need you to please come out. Kimsey Pharmaceuticals, Air Pharma Limited, Remy Resource Limited, God's Glorious Hand Pharmacy, and Avistas Healthcare Limited and Drugstock EOB Limited.
I'm waiting for the chairman of PWDAN. I think perhaps there must be an instrument that we need to reach to them, which I expect that they will happily, publicly, and voluntarily. No problem. Let me speak to it from here. So, on behalf of distinguished members of PWDAN and the chairman of this occasion, as well as the PSN president and all the distinguished delegates here, I'm tasked with this responsibility of administering oath of office, which I will read and expect that you read after me. Wherever I say I expect that it's the name of your company, which is the one coming on board. And I think we are starting by taking on board the keynote speaker. It's no longer about you. It should be about your company, which should outlive each and every one of us. So we go. I. Okay. Coming from Kano? Okay. Do solemnly swear that I will faithfully, impartially, and justly perform all the duties of the office and membership of PWDAN to the best of my ability. And that I will support the Constitution and operating guidelines of Pharmaceutical Wholesaler and Distributors Association of Nigeria. And that I will bear. Let me say, on behalf of my company. Through faith. And allegiance. To the same. And to the board of trustees. And the generality of her members. Under the authority of the association. So help me God. I congratulate you. Thank you very much. Chairman, I congratulate you for the increase in membership of PWDAN. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Yeah. I know we have pushed you.
All right. So as many members that will be willing to join, you can see we have capacity to take more new members. So just get in touch with the PWDAN Secretariat and then you'll be told the process to follow. All right. So ladies and gentlemen, we're also honored to have in our midst the chairman, PSN Lagos, Pharmacist Babayemi Oyekunle. Please, a round of applause for him. Please, I would like you to please come forward, sir. Is he around? Okay, yes. A round of applause for him. Please join us in front to sit with our top big stars. These are the people that make things happen and easy for us to practice as pharmacists. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, before we go to the panel session, quickly, we have a presentation from Sam Pharmaceuticals, and I would like to invite them to come forward. They have a few things to do. They have some unveiling in 10 minutes, and then the panel session will start officially. Please, a round of applause for Sam Pharmaceuticals. Please appreciate them. These are one of our big sponsors. I don't like the way we are not appreciating them. Without them, there's no conference. So that they can do more next year. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you, Pharmacist Ayo. All protocols duly observed. This afternoon, we'll try as much as possible because they told us that we have just 10 minutes. And what we want to do is this. Based on all that we've heard from morning till this very moment, I think this is the right place for any new product that is coming into Nigeria market, whether the existing molecule or is a new molecule, I think this is also the right forum for the product to get into Nigerian market, because we are talking about distribution of pharmaceutical products now. And because we hold this organization in high esteem, that is why we are making this place the first place that the product will pass through and go to the market. Well, for the purpose of introduction, I would like to say, my name is Yomi Daniels. I work with Pharm Pharmaceutical, and we have the entire team here. Pharm Pharmaceutical Company is a company that has been in existence. This year we make it 54 years since the year 1971. Thank you so much. We pride ourselves to be the pioneer manufacturer of veterinary products in Nigeria. So we started from there before we move into pharmaceutical. And over the years, we've had our factory in Ilorin, but by the grace of God, in the next 2-3 months, we are going to invite all the dignitaries and everybody that is sitting here to our new factory also. It is an ultra-modern factory. So we look forward to seeing everybody there at the same time. This afternoon, I'm not going to do so much because I have also our superintendent pharmacist who has been in the organization for just a very short period of time, a time of 33 years she has been in the organization. So I would like to invite her, pharmacist Funke Ogumike, to please join us here. I don't know. We have 2 products here that you probably have seen, maybe 1 or 2 of such molecules in the market, but we just feel this is the right place to start the introduction of the product into the market. The first one that is on my right, we would like to call on, she has the power to invite the people that is going to unveil. So we'll have some people here and we have some people here that will do the unveiling this afternoon. Thank you.
Good afternoon, my senior colleagues, all the dignitaries present, ladies and gentlemen, standing on existing protocol. It's an honor for me to call on the first man, the honorable and esteemed first man, the registrar of the Pharmaceutical, of the Pharmacists Council of Nigeria, followed by the president of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. Please rise up, thank you. And all the chairman of PDMA.
The chairman of PWDAN,
yeah.
Pharmacist Ochuko. Yeah. Please, let's put our hands together.
Please, and
for
all
the big man
men
in the
of
house.
and men of timber and caliber on the high table, please.
Yes.
Dr.
Fidelis, the ACPN chairman, national.
With reverence,
ACPN chairman,
we ask
Lagos
that
State
you rise
chairman.
and join us, even in this unveiling. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So we hand over the scissors to the product on the right, to the registrar. Can you do us the honor of cutting and unveiling the product? Yes, sir. Okay. If you didn't invite me, I will invite myself. No, Dr. Fidelis, he's actually our grandfather in some pharmaceutical.
We should put
yes, you stay in the middle.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Will,
I think we all hold on to the tape.
Cameras. How do we do this? Okay. Side.
Okay. From the side? Okay. Okay.
Sorry. Yes.
Yeah.
I'm here.
So, all of us, on behalf of all of us, and to the glory of God, to the benefit of humanity, we want to unveil this product of Pharm Pharmaceuticals to the glory of God. And we congratulate Sam for this. Congratulations.
It's very feminine. Her name is
Yes.
Her name is Inflamin. She's soothing and relieves pain, right? Yes.
So because we understand also that pain is actually one of the major issues right now, whether it be physical pain, emotional pain, but this time around, this takes care of physical pain. So we introduce into Nigerian market Inflanil gel.
Yes. Don't go with it.
Yes. So we have it in 30 gram and also 50 gram. Okay, thank you so much. I think the next one, we move on to the next one. PSN President, you have the scissors this time around.
I'm handing over this responsibility to my elder brother, honorary pharmacist Fidelis Ayebae, to do the unveiling.
Thank you. It is a privilege to do this. A lot of you do not know that those of us in manufacturing are all friends and brothers. Right? Pharm Pharmaceuticals is a company that is very dear to my heart.
Thank you, sir.
Ashwin was the first person that made me to love Pharm Pharmaceuticals. And then the owner of Pharm Pharmaceuticals, then his son, what's his name now? I've forgotten. Amit Bojwani, right? Now, let us quickly unveil this. We unveil this new product. What is the name?
Samgard.
Samgard.
A triple action cream.
A triple action cream for guiding your skin, not for bleaching. To guard. And what else does it do?
For skin rashes, sir.
For skin rashes, both of you, all of you that has okripoto, you use it, it will cleanse and clean the place.
Yes,
what else?
No, we can go on. Because of time. Because they are calling me.
So we unveil this product to the glory of God and for the use of humanity. May it excel above all other ones that are in the market today.
Amen.
In Jesus' name.
Amen.
All right. So, if you want this, I'm retired. You can't find me.
I was built to be the best, number one and nothing less. Lead me to my destiny. I have waited patiently. I have vision, though I believe. I know I can count on me. So stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up.
Thank you so
for
much.
The champions, for the champions. Stand
Thank you
up.
so much.
Stand up.
applause for.
For the champions, stand up.
Please, I want to please correct that error that I made.
Here we go.
The first, because well, the first
now it's just
man of pharmacy is the president of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. And I apologize for that. I was afraid my registrar would not release my certificates. So, pardon me. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Sam Pharmaceuticals. We appreciate your collaboration and partnership. So, ladies and gentlemen, now we are moving to the panel session. And it's my pleasure to invite the moderator. Please, a round of applause for Pharmacist Shino Panubi as he comes forward to take charge of the next segment. Please, a round of applause for Pharmacist Shino Panubi.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. It's been a beautiful day so far. Left to me, if it was my conference, if it was my event, I'd have said, let's just go home. After that, another round of applause for the keynote address speaker, ladies and gentlemen. After all that thing he said, I was like, maybe we should have had panel before. Because everything we'll say will be like answer, walking back to but that was a very beautiful presentation, speaking truth to power. Unfortunately, like you said, the real powers were not on seats to collect the bullets you were dishing out. I guess the registrar will help us share it when they get to the powerful people's meeting. All right. Unfortunately, we don't have as much time as we should have had for the panel session because the day is far spent. And but then it's on the agenda and it must be done. So without much ado, I'd like to very quickly invite to the stage the panelists for this session. I'll be following the order in which it's been put on the program. Join me in welcoming, with a round of applause, Mr. Honorable Pharmacist Femi Soremekun, Managing Director, Chief Executive Officer, Biofem Group. Please come on the lectern, sir, on the stage, sir. Next, I'll be inviting Pharmacist Ola Ijimakin, Commercial Director of FPSN Healthcare. Please to the stage. Very quickly, I'll also be inviting Pharmacist Chidi Dozie, MD Dozie and Dozie Pharmaceuticals to the stage. And then last but, please let me arrange so that I can have the woman can be, yes. They try to do some gender balancing. Too balanced, but at least there's some balancing. All right, join me welcoming Pharmacist Nwamaka, Ezedinma, CEO, Primavie Pharmacy in Port Harcourt. Please, yeah, my guy. Anyhow, no, beside me. All right. Any arrangement I meet there, I will work with it. All right, she's beside me, lucky me. All right, thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the concluding part of this meeting, and at this point, we're supposed to engage on the topic, which is medicines security, integrating PWDAN into that whole mix. We have an interesting array of panelists. From my far right there, I have Mr. Ijimakin, who represents the manufacturing sector, followed by immediate past chairman of president of Pharm and MD of Biofem, who I would say represents the importation arm of the industry. Next is Pharmacist Dozie, who is a member of PWDAN, so he's a member of the distribution team. And then what we call the last mile, the retail space, we have Primavie Pharmacy here. So we've looked at the whole value chain, and we are speaking to this topic of medicines security. Looking at what medicine security really is, and the keynote speaker has done a brilliant job. It's really, let me quote from here, It encompasses ensuring reliable access to essential medicines, preventing counterfeiting, and strengthening health systems to guarantee safe and effective treatment. Interestingly, it says it has 3 major pillars. First is local manufacturing. Next is robust regulatory framework. And then the last being improved distribution networks. Now, the regulators are represented here. PWDAN, the host of the events, they are the supply chain experts. And then, of course, we now have the manufacturers in the room. But our interesting reality in Nigeria is that our products are largely imported. So the importers are also here with us. In the course of this, how many mics do I have? Okay, there's one there, okay. Okay, so let's just keep that one, because between the registrar, the chairman, and the PWDAN president, they can pick the mic at any time to make contributions to the discussions going on, because there may be need for some feedback from that side or contributions. And of course, the keynote speaker, who has said in a more refined way things I have always said when I have the opportunity to speak, not in big platform like this. I only talk small to people. And I tell people that, look, if we as pharmacists don't solve Nigeria's healthcare problems, Nigeria will take care of itself, which is what has been happening. If you will not get the goods to them, they will find it one way or the other. So the market will always proliferate. And like you rightly said, we all have our parents in the village. We want them to have good health care. How will we get it to them? If the pharma industry does not create a smooth path for those products to get to them, one way or the other, it either does not get to them, or they make do whatever they can find where they are, which is a reality. How many of them have us as pharmacist children to be able to say, okay, I know which ones are good. I'll send. The best to do is put it in bus, buy by ourselves, and send it to them. That's what everybody's like. So that's what we're going to be discussing on this panel. And we'll be starting by looking at what the gaps are. Because if we want to bridge the gap, we need to understand what the gap is. Right? So it's going to take the format of the blind men who were feeling for the elephant. And one person felt the size. Oh, this is a wall. Another person thought the tail. Oh, this is a rope. You know, everybody from their viewpoints. And so from all these 4 viewpoints, we want to understand what we see as the gaps, and then probably look at the solutions and then begin to chart a way out of the woods where I believe we currently are. So the question is, who will bail the cat? Should we go the way of ladies first? Or I think I'd like to start from manufacturing, right? Because that's one of the pillars of medicine security, manufacturing. And it's a very interesting beginning to this session because, and I want us to take this event very seriously, because you never know, for those of us of the Christian faith, where Rema may drop. I say this because about 16 years ago, I had just come back to Lagos after some sojourn on the field. And then NAIP was quick to snap me up. And before the emergence of what we call YPG today, I was then appointed as the Young Pharmacist Coordinator for NAIP. I had an interesting co-coordinator, uncle assistant, who is now, I think, on the exco of Lide. Lide was my co-coordinator at the time. And so we had an event at the airport hotel. That was our first event of the Young Pharmacist Forum. And our theme for that event was contract manufacturing, the way forward. And we had a keynote speaker on that day, who was then the MD of Ecomed and now commercial director of FIDSON, Mr. Ijimakin, Mr. Ola Ijimakin. He was then this keynote address speaker. I was the coordinator, and he must have said something right that day. Because today, like most of us know, the Moxie brand that I promote is a contract manufactured product. So today, like I said, Rema may drop again and somebody may find it and run with it. So, sir, what gaps would you say we have when we look at medicine security in Nigeria today? Over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. And let me stand on existing protocol, like someone said. Let me start by thanking the keynote speaker. I think he has touched on all the key points. But I'll just say one or two things that he has said, and I add a new bucket, like it were. The first thing I think is availability. He mentioned the fact that 70% of the products in Nigeria are imported. I'm very happy he talked about COVID. I'm sure we all remember the acute shortages we had because there was global supply chain disruption. And that has not changed. The world is a little more difficult now than it was then. I mean, one man just woke up and threw tariff across the whole world, including an island that had only penguins. They had their own tariff. So it tells you today, if there's a major issue like COVID, every nation is on its own. And Nigeria, we're not ready. So the first big challenge is that availability, because most of our products are imported. The second issue is quality, which you also mentioned. Incidentally, the report he was referring to, he said 1 in 4 are substandard. Yeah. That report was a work done in Enugu. Enugu is a city. Yeah. If you go to the villages, it's a lot worse. That's where you find products that have no NAFDAC numbers, no nothing. So it's a big issue that even where products are available, what is available, you are not sure of the quality. So you can't talk about security in that sense. But the last bucket I want to talk about, which is why I was probably spend a minute or two, it's a key word that the president of HFN mentioned, ecosystem. Our health system is very weak. Ordinarily, if someone is sick, you see a doctor to prescribe, see a pharmacist, and before you go to buy. The WHO recommends in a population, you should have a ratio of 1 doctor to 600 patients. Nigeria has 1 to 10,000. The WHO recommends in a population to have 1 pharmacist to 2,000 people. We have 1 to 14,000. If that patient is sick and you need a bed, Nigeria has 5 beds to 10,000 people, as against the global average of about 26 to 10,000. So the system is very weak. I'm a pharmacist. I would love a situation where we have a distribution system run by pharmacists. But do we truly have the manpower? We don't. That's the reality. And we must find a way to use what we have until we get to where we are going. Today it's easy to talk about Chidi and this and that and that. In certain communities, Chidi is the bedrock of drug distribution. And we must find a way to integrate him until we're able to fill that space. So for me, I think that's just the third leg, and I will stop there. The system is weak. We need to navigate around this weak system to get to where we are going. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Very well said. Now he has said something very instructive, which is which lends credence to what I said. We must design that product framework, that ecosystem that we can control. Otherwise, everybody runs riot and does what they want. Now to I don't know what to call you, sir. Because we have a special relationship. So pharmacist Soremekun, who led Pharm for a while until recently, and the Pharm is a representative of overseas manufacturing company. They are the importers. They form a major leg of medicines coming into Nigeria. The question now is, from where you sit, both as an organization and as a association, what gaps do you see? I mean, we'll come back to the solutions, but the gaps first. Where are the issues?
Good afternoon, everybody. And let me also stand beside the protocols that are already established. Don't let me sit on it. Many years ago, when the NDDG was about to start, things were brought to Pharm to ask our opinion and also to contribute and speak on the committee. And the things that was clear, because as of that time, we've had very, very terrible situations that some members of our association had gone through. I personally had experienced the issue of counterfeit. And I could see that definitely distribution was a major problem. So there was a lot of hope that if the committee could come up with guidelines or ways to ensure that Nigeria can have a good distribution system, will reduce the issue of fake drugs. Nobody can stop fake drugs on the basis. You can only reduce it. Now, up till now, that problem has not been fully solved. PCN, NAFDAC, everyone is trying. But that distribution problem is now becoming so obvious that it cannot be solved manually. When we get to solutions, I will expand on that more. But from our own perspective, distribution is the key. Because again, the people that are handling it right now, a multinational has products, yes, they will most of the time use the recognized distributor. But there are sub-distributors as well, because you as a distributor cannot get to the last mile. And there are some places you cannot get to on your own. So you are going to need the sub-distributor to play a role. And we have them, both the professional and the unprofessional. So the people who are going to create this problem of insecurity, so to say, are needed. They will always, even if you do not want to need them, they will hijack it along the way and say to you, I'm paying you. Why do you want to stress yourself to carry it to Suleja when I can carry it for you to Suleja? And in the process of carrying it to Suleja, they had the ones that you don't want them to have because they need something to cover up. So automatically, you cannot be in full control from that perspective, because as a businessman too, what you're after is get your money. And the system also was so weak that even the regulators that are supposed to do the policing work, they are limited. There's no way they can cover the whole country. So for us, it's very clear distribution is key. And, looking at the climes where even the multinationals come from, we Nigerian companies too, Nigerian-owned companies too, it's obvious that distribution is what other countries use. A proper organized distribution system gets the drugs to where they need to get to. Wholesalers, from wholesalers to retailers. I don't want to even bring the government institutions into this fray, but on the private side, that is basically what it is. So if you do not have that, definitely is a major problem. One of the things we experienced was that as well. It was a problem. A copycat. Everything was happening in the market. The only way we got to know was by chance. We had not started feeling the financials, but we just realized that the stock wasn't moving that fast. And somebody just alerted us. And that's how we got to know. And from then on, to even fight the battle. So distribution for us in our own space is a major, major issue. If we all seated here with all the other people we need to put on the table can agree on some things, which I will provide my own ideas down the road, I think we can now start taking charge. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Next, I'll be moving on to pharmacist Dozie, who is a key stakeholder in the wholesaling and distribution space. Having skin in the game, being a major player in the space, what gaps would you say you are seeing already when we talk about medicine security in Nigeria? Gaps first, we now come back to solutions.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, our distinguished guests, senior colleagues, junior colleagues, those in different sectors of the industry. To say the least, I will keep, like Mr. Biofem said, on the side of the existing protocols. Moderator, thank you for the question. I think the major gap that has existed, in the industry has to be lack of collaboration. And when we talk about collaboration, we are talking about from the manufacturer, from the importer, among our colleagues, the PWDAN people, and the retailers. There is gap, and we need to bridge those gaps. And when it comes to the regulators, we also believe they have a role to play, and the role is enormous. And to the best of my knowledge, what we've done so far as PWDAN Group, I believe in the next couple of years, maybe in the next 1 or 2 years, with strong collaboration, where all of us, like the visit we paid to FPSN, I think is an eye-opener for a lot of us. And owing to the fact with what Mr. Dennis also said, I think I will start with what Registrar said, our dispositions in different sectors of the industry. And Dennis, made a cap. He said, we need to be on the board where decisions are being taken. And if we can be there, I think a lot of things will change. Unfortunately, what had happened in the industry that most of our representatives are not active participants in the event that has to do with the healthcare system. Maybe they're in one position of leadership or the other, and then they don't understand what happens across the board when it comes to distribution of pharmaceutical in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. If I complete the saying that Pharmacist Dennis was trying to, there's an end to that analogy he made when not being on the table. They say when you are not on the table, you are likely on the menu. You are the one they are eating. So, and I think we've been on the menu for a long time. When we are not there to defend our rights, they just appropriate it to themselves. So, I guess after this meeting, we'll find a way of getting into the kitchen to cook the food, sit on the table, eat the food, so that we are not the ones they are eating. Now, I'll come to the last mile. I remember last year when pharmacist Adekunle of Baido, who was sitting in this position, one thing she said was that, look, she's a retailer. You guys just get me these quality products. Start all and just get it to me. That's what I'm interested in. I don't want to be thinking, is this thing working? Is it not working? I'm on the last mile. Just make sure that, So as a retail practitioner, what gaps what gaps do you see that makes you not able to go and close your eyes and sleep with everything coming into your system as a retail practitioner?
Yes, thank you, Shino, for that question. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to stand on existing protocol. Like you said, what I don't want as a retail pharmacist, I don't want to be thinking about whether the products that we are offering our patients are of optimal quality, or we just want to just give them the products and you can beat your chest that is authentic. But one of the big gaps is that you can't really do that. There is a lack of standardization across products. We're the ones that interact with the end user as the last mile. So I'll just explain my gaps with examples. In my pharmacy, we have had a situation where a patient comes back with a medication that he or she has been taking for the past 33 years and counting, and is not the same thing as what they've been taking. Ours is to dispense those medications. If you're not taking it, you won't really know whether the taste is the same because you've not tasted it before. But they come back we've had an instance where someone came back that this hematinic he or she bought doesn't have the same consistency, it doesn't have the same taste, there is something wrong with it. And you're looking at this product, you have a number of them on the shelf, and you got it from an accredited wholesaler, a PWDAN member. Okay? No, before we laugh, I want us to understand something. You got it from a PWDAN member. So when you were getting it, you had in mind, you believed that you were getting an authentic product. Now, how do we know that product is actually authentic? How do we know that maybe the product is not like that, maybe because of maybe manufacturing error or something? It's very difficult to know. So because we can't trace, we can't track whether these products are authentic or not, you can't even beat your chest. So all we do is to recall the products, report it, escalate it to our supplier, and they escalate it to the manufacturers. So what I'm saying here is that from what our previous speaker spoke about, you manufacture authentic products, but in the course of distribution, before those products get to our PWDAN members, it could have been corrupted. So even when you return it to the PWDAN member, can they really beat their chest to say, yes, of a truth, this product is authentic? So not being able to verify authenticity of the product is one of the big gaps that we face as retail pharmacists. Another thing that we face is frequent stockouts. There was a time, I think during the exit of GSK, that Ventolin inhaler just vanished. There was no Ventolin inhaler. And then people who depend on it, to survive, to manage their asthma, couldn't find inhalers. And what it does is that it now turns the patients, exposes them to drug insecurities. They have to source for products from unauthorized spaces. Some of them had to even switch dosage forms from the inhalers to tablets. And we know that tablets won't really do what they want just because of drug stockouts. And then because of the lack of communication between the wholesalers and the retailers, you don't even know when these products are coming back. You don't know whether they're ever going to come back, and there are no alternatives. And finally, another gap that we face is that there's some kind of misalignment between the wholesaler and retailer communication. So the wholesalers are stocking products because maybe manufacturers are saying, take on our products. But the end user, the actual demand for those products might not be there. The ones that are being demanded, the statistics to stock appropriately is not there because there's no centralized system of ordering. So we are not able to track what products do the wholesalers have, what products do the retailers need. And the PWDAN members that I collaborate with, most of the time, the way it works is that they send you their updated inventory. So from that inventory, you're able to tell what they have and what is not available. But the challenge we have is that you send out your PO, you get only 40% of the products. You still have to run around different places looking for one particular product or the other. So that not being able to get exactly what you need at the right time to be able to solve the healthcare needs of the patients is a very big gap in my practice as a retail pharmacist. And then another challenge that we have is, not being able to leverage technology. The keynote speaker spoke about us looking at our practice in the urban areas. I can only talk from the standpoint of a practitioner in the urban area because we're in the urban area. So technology is readily available to us, but it's not readily available to every other person. And I'll just, we'll get to the solutions later. Thank you very much. That's the big gaps that we see.
All right, let's appreciate our panelists for this first round of comments. And I chose to go this way because I used to have a boss, now the MD of me and Baker, Patrick Aja, when he was a sales director. When he asked for the question, he asked, what's the question, what's the problem? When you finish, any idiot can tell you what the problem is. The smart man is one that tells you what the solution is. So when he asks you, so what problem are you having? Okay. When I tell him, that's okay. So what do you think is the solution to that problem that you just mentioned? Well, now it's okay, fine. Yeah, let's go implement that solution. So using that approach, now that we know what the gaps are, because if we are bridging the gap, at least we must understand whether it is a gutter we are trying to bridge or it is a canal or something. Now that we can identify and typify what the gap is, now that we have identified. So now let us now go back to say, if I had that magic wand, what are the solutions we would prefer from these viewpoints as importers, manufacturers, wholesalers, and retailers? So we'll come again from you, sir.
Okay. Thank you so much. Well, let me start from my first problem. Is that it is important we scale up local manufacturing. There are people locally who fake products, but faking products at scale is a global thing. I mean, we have seen NAFDAC seizing containers of products that are apparently made in Nigeria coming from outside Nigeria. So the more we manufacture here, the less that will happen. And I must commend NAFDAC. I mean, the 5+5 policy, the ceiling list, must commend government. I mean, all they are doing, there's a deliberate effort to drive that up. So the more we do that, the better for everybody. The second thing is the supply chain. It must be transparent. And technology has a big role to play there. We must have a system that's able to trace and track. I mean, if we can track a product from the manufacturer all the way to the end user, it will make it very difficult for a fake product to enter that chain. Once we're not able to trace anything can come in from it, and that's the challenge we have today. So you have a particular brand, you've pushed out 10. If 3 comes in from somewhere, it's impossible to tell. And like my colleague, the retailer, has said, it's not something you can see visually. It's impossible. So we must have a system that everyone can see. Transparency is the word. Track and trace from beginning to end. And maybe the last one for me is the registrar. We don't have the manpower. That is the reality. And it means we must, in this track and trace system, in this transparent system, we must use what we have. And I think the policy makers have a big role. Interestingly, I mean, the registrar referred to what they have done in Kano. I know what he's talking about. But I think they need to probably replicate that there, even if it is for the short term. But long term, we need more pharmacists. A lot more. How that will work, I have no idea. It's a lot more difficult. A friend of mine said young Nigerians are immigrating, but the health workers are fleeing. The rate at which they are living, I'm sure they are living more than we can replace them. But there is a big problem. And until we're able to address them, we'll continue to go around in circles. There are a lot of people who want to speak, so let me just leave it there. We need to scale up manufacturing. We need to have a more transparent distribution system. And we need to find a way to increase the number of professionals that we have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So, Soremekun, you were itching to tell us about the technology. We know you're a tech enthusiast, so let's go there.
Well, okay, many years ago, during the administration of our president, Yakasai, at the tail end, a software was being developed called Pharm. I mean, we've heard about this so many times. And it was meant to work along the lines of the NDDG guideline, basically. Importers sell to the wholesalers, wholesalers sell to the retailers. There's a plugin for the government hospitals at some point. At that tail end, basically, NAFDAC and PCN, they were key. You needed them because as regulators, they had roles that they will play in that system. And then also, thank God it was being driven by PSN. Because, to be honest with you, for the distribution system to really work, we need PSN to take leadership. Now, because they can call in everybody that they need to call in, because that's the boss for our industry. Now, when you now have the CWC coming up. You have other organizations like ours that know what these things, how important these things are. Even now, it's even very interesting, and the opportunity is there for us now, is that with the CWC, you ensure that the CWC, they have a mini system to plug into the global IT system for the country. That way, there will be visibility of what's happening. The people that actually want to play in our industry, because we don't have the manpower to say it's only pharmacists that can handle drugs. They will plug in because you already have the coordinated system. So it makes it easier now. Before, when we were thinking about all this, it wasn't that easy because the guy in Idumota that has his registered office in Ilupeju, but still takes the drug from Ilupeju to Idumota himself. Because NAFDAC has said, PCN has said, I must supply a registered pharmacy. I have fulfilled their regulation. But the guy himself takes it and goes into the motor. And the customers are waiting. He wants to make his money, and they are willing to buy and willing to sell. So you can't control that. So CWC is an opportunity you must quickly grab now and encourage them, advise them. They need to automate those people that they are going to be under one roof. They must comply. You must get PCN, NAFDAC, our bosses to say, look, we need to have them do some automation within. Now, once they realize that there's an automation within, they cannot hide. They cannot hide. Therefore, you will have some information coming out. And once they start seeing that this is the process, the bad guys would. I mean, a faker doesn't have a business card. It doesn't. So, definitely, you will be able to have some control. Then where do we come in? We also will come in and play our role. So, now, the problem has always been, who's going to handle that data? I don't want to release that data. I'm scared of tax people. I don't want them to know my turnover. I don't want them to know what I'm business, because that thing will track. It will track not for tax people. It's tracking for our industry. We don't have data. We need data. And it's the pain. And all of us will sit down. We want to sell paracetamol. We just estimate. I think I can sell 200,000 because you heard somebody say last year I sold 50,000 or whatever. You don't have data. So for me, it's a very, very... And meanwhile, what we all don't realize is that as of 4 or 5 years ago, IRS sees all our accounts. Those who are running away from IRS, they know your turnover and all your accounts, your personal account, your corporate account. 4 or 5 years ago, they had that information. It's just that they're not using it. So when we now talk about amongst ourselves, I don't want to release data, I don't want to release data, it makes me laugh. Because if you are scared of releasing your data because somebody might go and plug in and know your turnover and use that to want to tax you, you're wasting your time. They have the information. So why don't you let us have a system that works? Whatever you are doing, whatever you're selling, passes through there. So we can know how many packs of paracetamol you are selling for the whole industry, which helps everybody. Because marketers need that information. So I believe that is why, but at least as of today, I know that the Pharma IT that at that time, pharmacist Lekon and Samuel Gunjimi at that time, that Akasai was working with, more or less left it for what I know now is being handled by a company called Veraki. They're working with Anderson Consulting. So when I heard that, I'm even happy. Why? Because the problem that we're having, the concern we're having, if a central body that we cannot trust, not an individual, is now putting forward this so-called technology that can help all of us, it is easier to plug in. And nobody will be fearing that, who is handling my data? And a lot of data policies are coming from the government. So I can assure us that when it comes to data protection, we can achieve that. So for me, that is something that I would say our leaders would need to look at. Since we now have a private company, which is trusted. Anderson is a trusted, entity. And again, the financing of that the ideas also came to finance that. Because really, people start wondering that, okay, to write it up, to make the software available, who is going to pay for it? The system itself will pay for it. It's just the initial capital to put down. If you want to make sure it's global, then talk to government. It is a role that PVAC can play. You just need to explain to PVAC what the benefit is. Okay, so I will stop there because for me, without that technology, having a role to play, we're just wasting our time because PCN doesn't have the manpower. NAFDAC doesn't have the manpower. We will just be facing the issue of counterfeit and be talking. Track and trace can be plugged into this system because that way you know from the importer how the drug has moved. So all these new ones that we're talking about, they can work, but they can get plugged in. It's just that we're just doing solo all over the place, and it's not going to solve the problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Very well said. The role of technology cannot be underestimated. It's a way forward. And anybody who does international business, especially if you have a multinational background, if you go for those international businesses, you always look stupid. When everybody's posting data, then Nigeria now start speaking. Actually, you see, when you look at it from, you speak many English where you don't have data. And these things, some people ask you, so what do you want to bring in? What product is selling? What's the fastest moving? I said, a paracetamol. But after paracetamol, all from maybe what he ate the night before you asked him. Because there's no data, verifiable data that you can work with. And he said something very instructive. We're working in silos, and because I have a number of PWDAN members as friends and colleagues. Some of the issues you complain about is because even within PWDAN, there's no technology for us to see what everybody is doing. That's why I'll buy from them, change my shirt, go to New Heights. I'm owing him. He says, you can't buy it. Can I come to New Heights? New Heights does not know I'm owing them it. I spoil my name in New Heights. I cross over to Farmfort. And we are perpetuating this. Meanwhile, there was a system that I've not seen you in the last, I checked. New Heights, you are owing everybody. Sorry, you can't bring your bad luck to me. So these are some of the things technology will do for you, but like he rightly said, the fear of, I don't even know what we're afraid of the unknown. If New Heights now know that I'm selling more than him, maybe he will not, and all those things that's what has kept us grounded for as long as we have been kept grounded. But then there's a way out. So pharmacist Dozie, you are PWDAN. So what would you say will be the solution to this medicine security discussion we're having?
Okay, thank you very much. I think solution, if we may say, has to do with partnership. And when we said partnership, it must be well-defined partnership where each and every member of PWDAN, as a group, we have to partner together for a common goal. And that has to do with information sharing, use of technology by way of making sure that each and every one of us who are members and those who are going to join us, we plug into tech to be able to achieve this. So many has to be done in the industry. I think I'm trying to reserve most of my, actions the way I normally want to speak in public place. But I know there's so much we can all do together as a group. And when it comes to I also make reference to what Dennis said earlier, because I listened to him very well. He tried to tell us the dangers of not being on the table. It's very, very important for us to partner very well with all arms of the industry. We need to have our members on the table. And while I said so, is there are so many things happening in the health sector that pharmacists are not found anywhere. So much. A lot of decisions have been taken on our behalf without us knowing. A lot of decisions have been taken without us participating in the decision taking. So that has been major part of the challenge we have in the distribution industry. And if we have to do it, well, we need to partner with each other by way of information sharing, by way of being also truthful to ourselves. Because most times, why people dodge in giving information is you don't know what the information you are giving will be used for. I've had a lot of interaction with agencies. I've partnered with government in the forefront of AMF program. We all know what happened in those spaces. And for us going forward, if we want to really do the right thing, we need to partner with each other. In fact, last night when we were having our AGM, the vice chairman of PWDAN made some, statements of facts that I picked also, that there is no way we'll achieve results without coming together as a force. We must come together. Those who are the regulators must also carry us along, which I know I can sit here and tell you authoritatively that the registrar has summoned me several occasions to go and speak and get information, write memo and say, this is what happened. So, but, we do it on personal strength, where he believes that you can be able to go and get result and come back to him, and he can use the result for better outcome. So I think we need to partner with each other. Like, again, I would say to the visit we undertook yesterday to FPSN, maybe, so many of us learned one thing or the other, but for me, I think I went home a happy man. I've been to a lot of factories and industries across the globe, and I think we are making headway in that direction. So I'll give it to you, sir.
Let's celebrate once again.
Then on the part of information sharing and data, we are nowhere when it comes to data. I've been to Barcelona in a presentation why the company is trying to tell me what they see about Nigeria. I was taken aback. I said, I'm not aware of this. And data speaks volume.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, but, they try to persuade me to believe in what they are telling me because they are quoting WHO. Yeah. And I said, look, I can authoritatively tell you that WHO data you are seeing is not from Nigeria. I don't know who gave you those information. So, but the truth be said that when we are doing anything we are doing in the industry, for me, I used to talk about the 3 A's. That's availability, accessibility, and affordability. But it has to do with, when you talk about affordability, of course, we know what it is. The cost of the drugs is nowhere here for some particular product. But, we do our best. That's the only thing I can say. But so for us, especially again, I would, NAFDAC is not here. The representative of NAFDAC is not here, to at least to have a feedback back to the NAFDAC. But I will make reference to Dr. Monica, why she's in the capacity as a director before retirement, man. Kudos to her. She will listen to you. She will say, no, Dozie, no, we can't take this, but we can take that. And I say, madam, no, let us look at where the world is going. The world is leaving Nigeria behind. In fact, I represented Nigeria in some occasions in Zambia, in Uganda, when there is a standing ovation, and they will turn back and said, look, Nigerians, you have this number, attending this program. The world has left you behind. We are all open to say, come. And you are nowhere to be found. And the world has left you and moved on. So please, let us not allow the world to leave us and move on. Let us collaborate. Let us tell ourselves the truth, how best we can achieve results. A lot of us are doing something individually on our own, but we cannot get to that mainstream without collaboration. So thank you very much.
Right. Thank you very much, sir. All right. So solutions from the last mile.
All right. It's back to me again. So the solutions I see from the challenges that we face as retail pharmacists is a solution that will help us to know, verify authenticity of the products that we dispense, and that will come with the track and trace technology. So technology cannot be overemphasized. I also want to talk about something that is more practical, and it's collaboration. So we find out that some of our colleagues, even in the retail space, patronize on accredited sources of medicines, solely because the accredited people are even few. When I entered the hall today, I saw one of my PWDAN, supplier, and I was like, are these all the PWDAN members? Are these all the PWDAN members? So what it tells us is that there's still so much more that can be done. I give it to PWDAN. They are leading this, this fight against drug insecurity in Nigeria, and I commend you. And I hope that more wholesalers will be able to join the good work that you're doing. The thing is that if there's a gap and there's no one to fill it, gaps must be filled. So if we're not available to fill the gaps, charlatans will fill those gaps. So I'll encourage us as PWDAN members to collaborate. I know that there are different levels of wholesalers, and I believe that wholesale business is more demanding, for the structure, finance, and all that to set up. It's more demanding than setting up a retail pharmacy. And I also believe that because of that demand, many people are not willing to go, many people with integrity are not willing to go into this direction. So it would be nice, it would be good if we can come together, maybe 2 or 3 pharmacies come together and open something, start up a wholesale business and run it with integrity, following the good distribution guidelines and all that, and then it will go a long way to solve our problems. And also, when I talk about collaboration, also collaboration between retailers and wholesalers. I also like to use this platform to encourage our community pharmacists to make sure that they source their medicines from accredited wholesalers, instead of running around, patronizing unaccredited sellers just because of money. I know that many people do that because it's cheaper here, it's cheaper. Are they selling the same thing to you? As someone, retail pharmacy, we are interested in the well-being of the patient, and it still boils down to naira and kobo. So you cannot come to a place where the drugs are stored at the right conditions. They spend a lot of money on power to maintain the appropriate temperatures for your drugs. All the drugs are said, the storage conditions say store in a cool, dry place. That is the minimum requirement. And our environment already is not cool. So you must cool the drugs. In fact, you must chill the drugs. And then for someone to spend all that money maintaining the appropriate storage conditions, the drugs cannot come that cheap. So if you're getting very cheap, that this price is way cheaper than the other one, you're getting it at the expense of quality. So I'll encourage retailers to collaborate with wholesalers. I have a very good collaboration with some PWDAN members in my practice. They give me at least maybe 60 to 70% of what I need at the right time, delivered to me. I don't have to run around. You just place a call, it's delivered to you, and you have flexible payment terms. So these are things that we can do. Wholesalers can extend credits, memorandum of understanding to their retail counterparts, and that way it will limit the number of people that patronize unaccredited sources. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Before I go to the last round of questions, I'd like to give an opportunity to the table where there's a mic. In case there are inputs that we want, we have the chairman of the occasion there. We have the press chairman of PWDAN there. We have the registrar on that table. We have the PSN president. We have the SPN national chairman on that table. If anybody wants to make a comment, you can make your comments, after which we take the last round of questions, and then we can call it a wrap. My chairman, sir. Over to you, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You can sit on the existing protocol, sir.
It is working now. Now, we have a long way to go, ladies and gentlemen. However, we are making some progress. The truth is that until pharmacists can come up with an integrated solution in the face of all the gaps, whether it is manpower gap, qualified pharmacists that is, whether it is distribution, whether it is whatever those gaps are, until you can come up with an integrated solution that slowly begins to take power back to where it should belong, which is in the hands of the pharmacists. Medicines, for a country like Nigeria, given our lifestyle, is probably the most important commodity in addition to food, not after food, in addition to food, that 230 million people are yearning for. However, the custodians of medicines are just busy talking or busy flexing small muscles that doesn't amount to anything, right? Instead of coming together the way the doctors are doing, right? He talked about the doctors. You enter a room where healthcare has been, discussed, you see 10 of them, right? To one pharmacist. The pharmacist is content with just doing his own small thing, and then he's busy complaining without bringing anything to the table. It is time to bring something to the table. It is time for the voice of pharmacy to be heard. Loud and clear. Sensible voice. Because like Madame said, and like he said, like Ijimakin said, every one of you there said, nature abhors a vacuum. Right? If you have no alternative solution to something, nature will use any solution that is available to it. Whether it is Arsenic Laborex, whether it is WWCV, whether it is FIDSON, whether it is WHO, we do 60 to 70% of our business, including the man that is pretending to distribute free condoms, with those open markets. That is the truth. Any importer of medicine that is seated in this room today, that is a pharmacist, does 60 to 70 to 80% of their businesses in that open market, It is a system that has been built over time, which unfortunately has been infiltrated by, a few bad eggs. They are not all bad eggs. They are good guys. Right? But until you can find, an alternative, right? The law alone can help you. Like Ochuko said, when NAFDAC went into that market, I don't know whether they went with PCN or they went alone, right? And shut down the thing. We all know what happened to the supply chain of medicines in Nigeria. So, I don't know. I mean, I'm 68 years old now. All I do now is party, enjoy my life. I have done my own bit. But some of us young people have to come up with a solution that is helpful. Otherwise, from now until thy kingdom come, we will be complaining about this fragmented distribution chain. Right? It is a permanent fixture in our lives, which unfortunately is not helping. The only commodity that the pharmacists bring to the table, right? That commodity is tainted, that commodity has been vilified, that commodity has been literally destroyed even by the pharmacists themselves, right? Rather than find a solution to the problem, right? So that's one side. Now, what the solution is, I don't know. And I must be honest with you. I simply have no idea, because there is a shortage of everything. It's even getting worse. Right? The pharmacists are disappearing. We had more pharmacists in those days working in FIDSON than we have today. I lie. Right? They are running. We can get them. We can find them. So what do? We rely on those that are available. PCN says non-pharmacists cannot sell ethical drugs. Not be so? Let's not deceive ourselves now. So where are the pharmacists that will sell the ethical drugs? Right? Who are the ones that are going to sell the ethical drugs? Right? Some of them are in, what do you call those things? MTN. Right? They are in all kinds of things. Right? And so it is not difficult. I mean, it is not difficult for me to then say that, okay, with the few that are available, how can we plan? After all, the whole of Nigeria are not bankers. Are they all bankers? Right? But is the banking industry not dominating this country today? How have they managed to do it? Is it by regulation? Is it by what? Banks are taking a minimum of 2% of whatever you earn on a monthly basis, either as fees or as this, as that, and as that. All kinds of charges. Right? They have become overly relevant and they have dominated our lives. How does the pharmacist, right, dominate and take charge of the only commodity that makes you who you are, which is medicines? I leave that to you, the eggheads, to think about. I don't know. Now, the second thing is that for so long, apologies to the only white man that is in this room, right? For so long, the white man has divided us, right? And they have set up a world trading system that is against Africa. Africa cannot do business with Cameroon. Cameroon cannot do business with Nigeria. Sorry, Nigeria cannot do business with Cameroon, because they are Francophone, right? And we are Anglophone, the same thing, Republic of Benin, and so on and so forth. Imagine if we, the 1-point-something billion Africans, trade between ourselves, amongst ourselves. That force, right? If I want, like Ochuko was saying a minute ago, it took 18 hours to fly from Cameroon to Nigeria because he had to go through all kinds of stopovers and layovers. Right? If I want to travel to Cameroon today in comfort, I have to first go to France in that useless airline called Air France that they are always striking. Right? And then from there, I come back to Cameroon. But Cameroon is just 1 hour from here. There's no airline. How do we begin to do business amongst ourselves? How do we begin? Why did I ask this question? Nigeria is the only country that is sufficiently endowed within sub-Saharan Africa, right, to provide the needs of all of these other people. We 230 million people, right, are the ones that are sufficiently endowed to provide the needs of over 700 million other people. I have traveled all over sub-Saharan Africa. You go to Republic of Benin, there is no manufacturer of pharmaceutical products. They go to France to go and pick up what they need. France tells me to supply to France, and then from France, they bring to Republic of Benin. Right? So when you finally begin to find yourselves in those corridors where these things are discussed, because I will not be there. Monica and I will be on honeymoon. Right? We'll be on honeymoon. Right? Please, let us find a solution to it because it is a veritable wealth creation mechanism for black Africans. India is the one supplying 90% of all your drugs all over the world. The kind of scales that you have built, Africa will never build it until Jesus comes. That is, if he is coming at all. Right? We will never build it. But we can start somewhere. And that is what we are attempting to do in Nigeria. I started, like you, 30 years ago, distributing commodities for other companies. And then I asked myself, why should I continue to build other people's brands and they are taking the brand from me? Right? To give to somebody else. So I said, okay. 2 years after, I stopped selling other people's brands. And I started building my own brands. It created wealth for us. It created jobs for Nigerians. It created pride for the ecosystem. And so on and so forth. Right? So we need to begin to, again, in those Geneva discussions that will happen in Nigeria, right, begin to ask ourselves, what role was Nigeria actually created and destined to play in Africa? I stop.
Okay, I want to take it from the point of the numbers are not there, which truly are not there. But I think I have responsibility to give information. The government of the day, again, I think is taking some bold step or has taken some bold step. They have identified this the problem of Japa syndrome and have taken steps to mitigate it by way of increasing production. And in the health sector, they've looked at it that pharmacy, doctors, dentists, and nurses need to be in good number, or even if not in the right number. And because of that, I think they have selected, you must have seen in papers, 18 universities to see how they can improve the faculties, these 4 faculties, in terms of infrastructure, laboratory equipment, as well as hostel accommodation for these 4 specific programs. And in putting up that, they put aside 110 billion in TED Fund. The Registrar of Pharmacy Council, the Registrar of Medical and Dental Council, the Registrar of Nursing Council. We've been asked to provide the last accreditation of those institutions selected, their deficiencies, and what is required to increase the number in those faculties. 3 universities per geopolitical zone. We had meeting day before yesterday, we had meeting yesterday. And we are hoping to be in the field. The check has been given to the 18 vice chancellors, 4 billion naira each. The question now is, it's not going to be used at their discretion. It's going to be at the discretion of what we have identified as deficiencies that will enable improve in production. Because you have the numbers asking for or requiring admission, but then the quotas are too small because the facilities are also very small. So I think I have a responsibility to give this information as one of the things that the government of the day is doing to mitigate this challenge of JAPA syndrome. I won't have to start listing the universities because I know people will be eager. But I think they were careful to pick universities that they feel can easily be upgraded. Here in the Southwest, I think we have Lagos, we have Ibadan, and we have the upcoming UNIMED in Ondo State. In the Southeast, we have UNN, we have Nnamdi Azikiwe University, and then we have Imo State University, which is also coming up. In the Northwest, we have Ahmadu Bello University, we have Usman Danfodio University, we have a new university also coming up in Katsina, Umar Musa Yar'Adua. In the South, we are working in Benin, University of Benin. We are also working with University of Calabar. And then I think University of Uyo. Then in the North Central is University of Jos, University of Ilori, and Benue State University. In the Northeast, it is Gombe State University, University of Maiduguri, and ATBU, Abubakar Tafawa Balewa University. So we'll be visiting those universities. We have already provided the last accreditation outcome. We have also presented the current quota beyond which they can't admit, and we have presented what they can do to also improve uptake. We'll be going around between 16th and 20th of June to reassess the facilities jointly with the Ministry of Education and TED Fund. So I think that will enable us to increase number, no matter how little, going forward, because the target is to double number of those institutions. The first generation among these institutions are currently supposed to train only 200. We want to increase it to 400. The second generation are supposed to have approval for 150. We want to increase it to 300. Let's see if this money can do it. Even if it's not going to do it completely, I'm sure it will take us somewhere. That is an information I need to give because I'm a key member of that committee. Then on the issue of this collaboration, and again being on the table, is very critical. I recall when the NDDG was first developed, major key stakeholders were not on the table. When the Ministry of Health, precisely in June 2014, now gave directive that go ahead and implement it, we took the bold initiative. It was a directive to PCN and NAFDAC. Come together, implement it. What it meant was that any facility, any structure that is not within the approved NDDG should go, including the market. What we did was to engage the stakeholders from the market, and I'm happy Nairo Pharm we contacted them. The last meeting we had, I remember very well, it was a very critical and robust meeting. In fact, like FIDSON said here, things that before now nobody was saying were being said. If you want to eliminate this market, what do you want us to do? We must look for alternative. That's the essence of being on the table. I remember that meeting ended around 12 midnight. Meanwhile, it was to be a day to Salah, and I normally celebrate my Salah back home. I traveled, I got to my house in Mina that night, 2 a.m., because I was the secretary of the committee. And that was how eventually I was made to lead that team that came with the concept of CWC. So, you see, especially when whatever you are coming up with will have influence on other people. Doing it from the beginning without involving others is a big challenge. We are just discussing with the national chairman now. There's a prescription policy that is coming up. And he is a member of that committee. And you know how hot it has been. I can tell you, even if you are the president of this country, if you like, drop that policy down, implementation will be a problem because people will want to defend their own position. And let me tell you how this prescription policy you are doing now all started. When Dr. Alausa was Minister of State, he called me. He said he wanted to see me at 5 p.m. And I went there. He said, Registrar, we have a problem. I said, okay, sir. He said, why is it that people can go into any facility and buy medicine without prescription? I said, it's very simple, sir. We don't have a prescription policy. He said, what does that mean? I said, because anybody can prescribe and anybody can also dispense. We have doctors prescribing and dispensing. We have pharmacists prescribing and dispensing. He said, what do we need to do? I said, beyond the fact that we all know the code of conduct and code of ethics of our profession, we need an instrument to start with. He said, go ahead and bring a proposal. I said, unfortunately, sir, it's not in my jurisdiction. He said, whose jurisdiction? I said, it's Director of Food and Drugs, because this is a ministry matter. He picked his call. He said they should call Director of Food and Drugs. It was around 6 p.m. Director of Food and Drugs said she has closed. He said, I've just discussed with the registrar. He said, this is supposed to be on your table. And the Director of Food and Drugs said, yes, it's on my table. But the funding I have for this year to do this particular is not going to be enough. He said, when you come tomorrow, write a memo, we'll via fund to that particular subhead. And that was how the journey started. But he can tell you how critical it has been. No matter how difficult it is, you must not shy away. The most difficult person must be on the table. I'm happy we have come a long way. PCN is part of it. NAFDAC is part of it. Ministry of Health is part of it. The President is part of it. NMA President is part of it. And everybody is part of it. At the meeting, everybody look at each other in the face, abuse ourselves. Even the words that you wouldn't expect from your friend will come out. But then, in the end, you are able to objectively put forward your positions. And in the end, it will be our concept, not the concept of a few, not the concept of an individual. And you can challenge everybody. And that is why today, the closure of open market, forget about we were in a meeting with WHO yesterday. I said the strategy we have now, it's only a matter of time. It's not like before, where a regulator will say we will close the market and the next morning you are afraid of your life. We are no longer afraid. Because we sit down with these stakeholders. In fact, as I'm talking to you now, these stakeholders have signed what we call irrevocable undertaking to move with the market. Not only that, the content of that irrevocable undertaking is such that they have put out themselves that going forward, we will be open for you to come in and check us. Going forward, we will also be open for you to visit our site. It has never been like this. It's because of engagement. When we did it in Kano, only the few that actually resisted, they didn't have their way because they were very few. What it meant was that the CWC was developed. When we were going to that trip, we had representatives from those markets. They saw what we saw there and jointly signed on to that document. Their chairmen were there. And everybody, the PSN president was there. PMG man was there. Appin was there. Everybody was there. So continuously we must recognize that irrespective of how beautiful my idea is, you must also do proper stakeholders mapping, proper stakeholders engagement. And I think that will be the hallmark of collaboration, and it will make implementation and driving very easy. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much. Let me also stand on the existing protocol. And I want also apologize for not being here on time. And you know the cause as well. Just like the registrar had bailed me out. And my president as well. And he said, okay. From all the discussion here, I can only just formalize what I will use as my take home. Because medicine security is something that all of us must have to be involved. And I summarize it with only 3 C's. That is cooperation, collaboration, and coordination of the stakeholders. If all of us understand that and work together, we see a headway. And also in the issue of data, I also want to put it to Registrar. I've said it before, that they can help us with enforcement, even with NAFDAC, about the sources of our medication. Even the PWDAN member, how they source their medication, when they keep the data, where they are buying and all that. We retail community pharmacies where we also source our medication. If there's a body of that kind of enforcement and they come to my community pharmacy, where do you source your medication? Is it show us? Is it from an accredited facility? Is it from PWDAN members and all that? It will help us. And people will begin to say, yes, I must source my medication genuinely. Then they also source their own medication genuinely. And the data there, we will be able to keep it. That the data is very important, as they say. Without data, no evidence, nothing. Whatever you are saying without data is sluggish. Sluggish. So, and when we come into integration, as we say, our technology, that is the major source. We have another platform, which are presented to the Registrar. And also the people like the like of Ayuba, NATOB, and that, when we can do track and trace and all that P2P platform, it will help us. But all of us as the stakeholders have to come together and agree, bring it on the table and agree, and it will work out. Another thing I want to also challenge our senior colleagues, all of us, we know the sources, our sources of income. Some of us who are not, all fingers are not equal, and they can never be equal. There's other things some other colleagues, other professional body do. To be on the table when they are discussing and you are the menu and all that. And there are some certain people that can help out in that category. When we are waiting for all of us to come, if it's NMA and they want something, one person alone there can drop a huge amount of money and make things, pay for anything for the whole body. Our people, our profession, they don't do like that. They don't. If it's in MBA, the same thing. One single person can pay for the whole association and sort their problem out. If not because of company we still leverage on in our conferences to support us and all that collectively. But there are some individuals that can pave way for us. Not waiting, my organ from SFH must come, Ochoko must come, this person must come. There are some certain people that can bail us out in some certain things when a decision is being taken. So I encourage us to always follow that line, and it will help us. My presence, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to what Babashehu said about the national policy on prescription and dispensing. Like he said, it was a tough and turbulent exercise. The medical doctors were called and they participated, but they never believed in it. Their aim was to disrupt it. At every sitting, they will be insulting other people. They'll be saying nonsense so that people. In fact, the last meeting of yesterday, was it 2 days ago? One doctor, Professor Death, called us. Pharmacists they are doing ineptitude. They are deliberately provoking, but we remain calm. We didn't get provoked. They wanted the table to break. We didn't break the table. And God help us with the chairman of that committee. He's a medical doctor, but God bless him. He's a professor of medicine. He handled them very well. He's their colleague. In fact, our last meeting, the NMA president came. And he got up to say that he has come to declare that NMA is rejecting this document. Whatever comes out of it, they are rejecting it. The chairman told them that you cannot reject a document that you participated in preparing. If there are aspects of it you don't agree with, say it so that we'll correct it. But you cannot say that the whole document, that has taken 8 months to prepare, you are rejecting it. For what reason? When they couldn't come to an agreement, the chairman led a delegation to meet the Minister of State for Health, and he reported the matter, and the minister called them and talked to them. And that's how, at the end of the day, we're able to have a document which will just be, I think it will just go through approval. And by the grace of God, I hope we have something to start with. The document is not perfect. We never had a prescription on dispensing policy. So this is the first document. There's a room for improvement, for review, and so many other things. But let's have the document. And by the grace of God, I think we have a document now. Thank you.
All right. Okay, good. All right, so by the permission of the president of PWDAN, we'd like to, chairman of PWDAN, would like to call it a wrap. Only give opportunity for closing statement, if any. Feel free to say I'm okay. So, pharmacist Ijimakin, any? Okay.
Okay, thank you so much. I just have one advice for PWDAN, and I think you should consider pool procurement. I mean, for manufacturers like us, we are business people. I mean, there's practice, there's business. You probably get a lot more influence for the size of business you do. You know, so as a pool, it will be a lot better. I mean, we talk a lot about influence. I was in a meeting, I think it was about 3 weeks ago, and somebody was talking about pharmacy and influence in government. Depending on the source you read, the Nigeria pharma industry is worth between $4 and $6 billion. Nollywood, the movie industry, is worth $14 billion. So in the eye of government, policy, they will listen. If you talk GDP, we don't even show up at all. Yeah. They are 2.3% of the GDP. Yeah. So, you know, the size matters. So I would just encourage that if we get PWDAN coming to do pool procurement, we can talk pricing, we can talk payment terms. It's a lot easier to deal with than coming as individuals. Yeah. I think that would be my closing remark. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Soremekun.
Okay. All right. My own advice to PWDAN too is they need to find a way to accommodate the other groups. You need to find a way. Because what you do not want is a situation where you are building up now, they see where you're going, they now wake up, and then now use their numbers and their financial capability and start disrupting the system. You just keep on laboring, and then you stay where you are. I think coordination, I think collaboration, like we've been saying, sit at the table with them. See where you can manage and understand each other and see how you can incorporate. Because, truth be told, yes, she mentioned that, okay, looking at the numbers, anybody in this industry will believe that the numbers of distributors should be much more than this. But I know that the processes, the expectations of PCN for you to have good distribution practice and all that is also restraining to some extent. But you're doing well. But just look at how that collaboration can work. Or sit down and talk. If you cannot meet up with each other at this particular level now, you at least you know what you need to do. But if you go alone, you will have, it's just like what FEMPIA has achieved now, representing everybody in the industry. There is a rule. You have an issue, bring it to FEMPIA, not go out there and be fighting against each other. And we are seeing progress there. So for me, you are starting as distributors. You look at that. You might be thinking they're not important, they're important. Because that is what has happened. PCN, many years ago, they wanted to shut down Onitsha. And it happened to be close to a political, probably election. I think maybe a year to election. All of us were so expectant that, finally they will close Onitsha. Within a few months, nothing happened. And that was because powers that be did what they needed to do, and they showed, and then it died. But now we're seeing what PCN and NAFDAC can do. So that tells you that the angle they must have done, we have to commend our registrar for a lot of things that they've done that keeps on giving us confidence that we will get there. So I would advise PWDAN, don't look at them, as they are there. Sit down, hear them out, tell them that this is the way things are going, this is what you are pushing for, and when they need to do adjustments, I think that would go a long way to let the industry know that you guys are coming together. CWC is a good opportunity for you to quickly run there. Because with the CWC, you can even be able to contribute to the processes that they must run. Because the law has accommodated CWC. You can't cancel it anymore. Therefore, how do you now collaborate? How do you now talk to them? How do you now say, how can we make sure that jointly, whatever we're going to be dishing out, they will see it as coming from distributors. And that way, it will be accepted. Thank you.
All right, sir. Closing comments, sir.
Okay. For us as PWDAN people, I will still maintain the word collaboration. And for us to collaborate properly, we need to, I think, speak to ourselves once again on some of the points and issues being raised here today, for us to strengthen our group, to make sure we accommodate where necessary, because when we are saying to accommodate, we need to also be guided on whom to accommodate, because for us to strengthen the system, we need to make sure that we are strong enough to do that. And in doing that, we need the regulators to also help us to make sure that the laws, the system is coming up, will be the right laws and not laws that we'll all be, looking forward to fighting among ourselves. And like the registrar and the PSN president has clarified once again, we need to work with our partners to make sure that the right thing is being done at the right time. Because most of the challenges we are having is not doing the right thing at the right time. So if you have to do the pool purchase, that wouldn't be a bad idea. But we need to make sure that we are doing it with a purpose, with an ideology that is to make sure that the next person who are the retailers will also get the right drug at the right time and at the right quantity as they wish to. So I will thank each and every one of us here once again for being part of this occasion. I thank our chairman, organizing committee, and the chairman of PWDAN for bringing us together once again with all the executive. And I will also not close my remark by also saying thank you to my dear wife who accompanied me to this occasion. So we thank you people for having us, and we wish once again, hope to meet in a small roundtable conference again. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. Achodogo, thank you. Right.
Okay. My final remarks, I would like to appreciate PWDAN. I read in the brochure that PWDAN has been registered for just about 5 years. And in 5 years, this kind of platform has grown. I believe, and I know that the sky is the limit. It will keep on growing. Most associations that are big have been there for so many years. But PWDAN is just 5 years coming and is this large. I will encourage us to continue the collaboration. Let's put ourselves out there. If people don't know, there are some community pharmacists that don't know that there's something like PWDAN. Okay, so if people don't know, they won't be able to collaborate appropriately. So I'll encourage us to be out there. Let's sell our message to every pharmacist. Let's sell our message so that just the way we as community pharmacists do all the public health enlightenment, don't buy your medicines from premises that you don't see this green cross. There should be a way that PWDAN can advertise itself so that by the next conference, our numbers will be more. There is strength in numbers. Without the numbers, we cannot stand against, what we're talking about. So I'll reiterate what my ACPN chairman said, the 3 C's: collaboration, cooperation, and coalition. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, on that note, I'd like to say thank you very much for taking our time to be with us today. We'll be having some plaque presentation to all the panelists here present, and maybe the President of PWDAN can come take a group picture with the panelists as we break down. Okay, so, yeah.
Thank you. Please, a round of applause for the panelists. We are giving them their plaques right now. So let's. That's right.
Pharmacist Mr. Ola Ijimakin, this award is presented to you for your participation as a panelist at PWDAN Annual National Conference May 2025. Congratulations.
Yes, and collaborating very well. In fact, it's my brother. He does a lot of assignments for me. On behalf of PWDAN, I have the pleasure to present this to pharmacist Chidi Dozie for your participation as a panelist at PWDAN Annual Conference and Exhibition, May 2025. Congratulations.
Yeah, okay, Eze, you have to do something for us. Yes, but don't shake her.
Thank you. She's my classmate too. So I've been shaking her since. Family years. So on behalf of PWDAN, from Nwamaka, Ezedinma, for your participation as a panelist in PWDAN Annual National Conference and Exhibition 2025. Congratulations. Thank you.
This plaque is presented. This plaque of appreciation is presented to Dr. Omokhudu Idogho for your participation as the keynote address speaker at PWDAN Annual Conference and Exhibition, May 2025.
Madame Le Jomo Yolande. Please. Okay. Keynote speaker. Now you are going to present.
But you must speak French.
You have to speak French.
Award presentation.
Unfortunately, I wish I could, and I think I'm in your shoes. We were asked to learn French, and we were revolting. See where it has brought us now. All right. This plaque is presented to you, Mrs. Jomo Yolanda, today for participating as a guest of honor at PWDAN Annual Conference and Exhibition, May 2025.
D'accord.
Merci, très bien.
Très bien.
C'est bon.
Merci beaucoup.
Next.
I'll present this myself. Otherwise, my 00001 will be removed. So, Registrar, sir, Pharm Ibrahim Babashehu Ahmed, we are always very grateful to you. Some of the seed that you are sowing, we may not see it now. But young pharmacists that are coming after you have finished office will begin to experience what it is to be quiet, what it is to be humble, what it is to do things but make impact. They are big impact things, and we are grateful for it. And that is why this plaque is being given to you. It's not only because you participated in this conference. Thank you, sir. Pharm Ibrahim Babashehu Shehu Baba Ahmed.
Thank you, sir. Viens. Viens ici, viens.
Ok. La pharmacie
President of Pharmaceutical Social of Nigeria. This is your gift?
Award.
This is our award for the for your participation in Congress PDY. Let's take the picture.
This plaque of appreciation is presented to Dr. Fidelis Ayebae for your participation as the chairman of the event at PWDAN Annual Conference and Exhibition 2025. And I must add, you added color and verve to the occasion. There's no dull moment with Dr. Fidelis. No dull moment at all.
Merci beaucoup. Merci.
Fab Ambrosese.
Okay, so now the La Président Chairman PWDAN la give la plaque. La give.
Oh, thank you. Okay. This plaque is in appreciation of is presented to you from Ambrose Igwekama Eze, the national chairman of the association ACPN, Association of Community Pharmacists of Nigeria, for your participation as a special guest of honor at PWDAN. When he came late, I was about to fight him, but I knew that I saw now that he has been fighting a bigger battle. So we appreciate you. You can see that we actually planned for you to let you know that you are. You know, he's the host. He's the chief host. Without his approval, we don't get license from the PCN. Can you see? So thank you very much for your participation.
Thank you. Please, let's celebrate all our dignitaries.
I want to quickly call on all PWDAN members for the photo op with our special guest chairman. PWDAN members, please. All PWDAN members, please come up.
PWDAN members, please.
We'll do 2 layers. Yes.
Let's come and get a presidential handshake.
Yes. PWDAN members in the house, please.
For a group picture.
PWDAN members in the house, please. Come. PWDAN members, please. Those on the high table, panelists, you can join us. PWDAN members and our keynote speakers, our panelists together.
PWDAN members, please, your attention is needed in front. PWDAN members. As evidence, these are the people that filled the gap. So when they're asking that, how did this journey start? From conversations at this conference, so that when we are celebrating our small victories, the months, we can all look back that we're part of bridging the gap and securing our medicines in Nigeria. Please, a round of applause for all of them. They've done a great job. We celebrate you. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite Pharmacist Lady Shreton to please come forward to give the vote of thanks. Please, lunch is served. When we are done, we're moving back to that
appreciation
room for our lunch.
Appreciation. I'll start with an African proverb that says, there is no beauty but the beauty of action. We all know that a chattering bird builds no nest, hence the need to appreciate what PWDAN has been able to accomplish with this conference. What we have witnessed today is a product of an action that was taken some years back by a few professionals with common interest to change the trajectory of pharma supply chain in Nigeria. Seeing how this has blossomed into a national gathering indeed attests to the beauty of action. As we celebrate the 5th edition of the PWDAN Annual Conference and Exhibition, we do so with deep gratitude and pride. On behalf of the Pharmaceutical Wholesalers and Distributors Association of Nigeria, I want to sincerely thank everyone who contributed to making this conference possible. Our heartfelt appreciation goes to the chairman of the day, Dr. Fidelis Ayebae, the CEO, FIDSON Healthcare Plc, retired. Thank you for generously sharing your experience and insights. The visit to FIDSON Healthcare Plc's factory was truly an eye-opener. We are equally grateful to our keynote speaker, Dr. Omokhudu Idogho, represented, and our panelists, whose perspective brought depth and richness to today's conversation. Having the backing of our regulatory authorities to improve the capacity of our member companies is no mean feat. Both bodies are always willing to rise to the occasion whenever we call upon them. The capacity building program we had yesterday for staff of member companies was graciously facilitated by the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria. Today again, we are honored to have the Registrar, Pharm Babashehu Ahmed, in our midst. It is equally a great privilege to have the foremost pharmacist in Nigeria, Pharm Tanko Ayuba Ibrahim, the president of FPSN, set aside time to attend our program. We recognize every guest who has taken the time to be here. Your continued belief in PWDAN affirms the urgent need for a reliable, accessible, and unified pharmaceutical distribution system in Nigeria. Despite the immense challenges in our environment, especially economic and operational ones, our partners have continued to put their weight behind us. We did not take this lightly, and we did not take lightly the support we received from our partner organizations. Your committee gave life to this vision, and we assure you that PWDAN will continue to uphold the values of integrity, transparency, and shared impact. To every guest, partner, and supporter who honored the invitation to be here today, despite your busy schedules, we are truly grateful. Your presence means the world to us and reinforces the importance of what we are building together. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We want to say a big thank you to every one of us. Lunch is being served. Please don't forget, let's patronize all our exhibitors. They are waiting for us. Let's build contact, and then let's send our orders to them. They are looking for how to collaborate, and we can do much more to safeguard our medicines and the health of Nigerians all across the land. Please, it's time for lunch. We've been giving our lunch tickets. Please, can we move back to where we had our tea break for lunch, because it's lunchtime. So on behalf of the organizers, I want to say a big thank you to every one of you for making this conference a success for 2025. And it's my prayer that come 2026, we'll see ourselves in good health, in sound mind, and in prosperity by the special grace of God. Thank you very much, and have a fantastic journey back to our respective destinations. Thank you, PWDAN, for this opportunity. Pharmacist Ayo Badijoko signing out. Thank you.